Good morning. Welcome to the Heritage Foundation and our Lewis Lehrman Auditorium. I'm John Hilbolt, Director of Lectures and Seminars, the only one who does not appear by name, I think, on today's agenda. But I will introduce our host for the program and set some of our ground rules. We would ask everyone to double check that cell phones have been turned off as our presentations are preparing to begin. And of course, our internet viewers will be watching throughout today's sessions. They are always welcome to send questions or comments, simply emailing us at speaker@heritage.org. And for those in-house as well, we will be posting, of course, the program online for everyone's future reference. Hosting our program today and having coordinated our special session is Alden Abbott, Deputy Director of the Edwin Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies. And he also serves as the John, Barbara, and Victoria Rumpel Senior Legal Fellow. Prior to joining us here last year, he served as Director of Patent and Antitrust Strategy for BlackBerry. He has held a variety of senior government positions, including Director of Antitrust Policy for the FTC, Acting General Counsel of the Commerce Department, Chief Counsel for National Communications and Information Administration, and Senior Counsel in the Justice Department. He is also an adjunct professor at George Mason Law School, a member of the Leadership of America Bar Association's Antitrust Section, and a non-government advisor to the National Competition Network. Please join me in welcoming my colleague, Alden Abbott. Alden?
Thank you very much, John. The antitrust laws have long been seen as a bulwark of our free market system. Indeed, the Supreme Court has stated that, quote, antitrust laws in general and the Sherman Act in particular are the Magna Carta of free enterprise. Some of you may have been fortunate enough to see the Lincoln Magna Carta, which has been in Washington, but that did not include language from the Sherman Act. During the 2000 presidential campaign, candidate Barack Obama criticized the Bush administration for, quote, the weakest record of antitrust enforcement of any administration in the last half century. And he promised, quote, to reinvigorate antitrust enforcement, close quote. In particular, he singled out allegedly lax monopolization and merger enforcement, and also vowed aggressive action to curb the growth of international cartels. Very shortly after President Obama took office, his newly appointed Antitrust Division Chief publicly criticized and rescinded a Bush administration Justice Department report setting forth proposed enforcement policy principles for monopolization cases. Now, the Obama administration has been in office for over 6 years. Has its antitrust enforcement record been an improvement over the Bush record, more of the same, or is its record worse? Most importantly, have the Obama administration's enforcement initiatives been good or bad for the free market system, consumers, and the overall American economy? Today we have an all-star lineup of top antitrust enforcers and scholars to address these questions. Their biographies are in the materials. Suffice it to say, they're truly the creme de la creme of the antitrust bar here and abroad. We'll hear today from 4 former Justice Department Assistant Attorneys General for Antitrust, a former Trade Commission Chairman, 2 current Federal Trade Commissioners, 5 additional former very senior antitrust enforcement officials, a distinguished federal appellate judge famous for his antitrust opinions, and a leading comparative antitrust law expert. In addition to learning from our guest speakers, I would urge you to read a hot-off-the-presses Heritage Legal Memorandum by Professor Tom Lambert entitled Respecting the Limits of Antitrust, the Roberts Court versus the Enforcement Agencies. This excellent article, released 2 days ago, is included in your registration materials and may be downloaded at our website, heritage.org. Now, our schedule is as follows. We'll begin with a keynote address, followed by a panel discussion on Federal Trade Commission enforcement. After a break, our second panel will address Justice Department enforcement, followed by lunch immediately outside the auditorium in the foyer. After lunch, we will hear from a third panel on international antitrust developments. Finally, I will close the conference with concluding remarks that highlight key points we have learned. To start things off with a bang, I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker, William Kovacic, Global Competition Professor of Law and Policy at George Washington University Law School and former chairman of the Federal Trade Commission. Professor Kovacic not only has been a renowned enforcer and scholar, he has long worked with governments around the world on the establishment and sensible administration of antitrust law regimes. He also is well known for his superb scholarship on the building of strong competition enforcement agencies and, most importantly for us, the importance of retrospectively evaluating agency performance, the focus of today's conference. What's more, he's a fabulous speaker. Bill, the floor is yours.
I'm deeply grateful to Alden and to Heritage for the wonderful opportunity to participate in this program today. Those of you who teach, and many of you have, know that at the beginning of the term, the question often posed by students is, what is the basis for the grade in this course? And we can ask that question as well about competition law. Those of you who teach also know that you would probably teach classes for free, but you would charge to grade because grading is difficult. It's especially difficult in this area for a number of reasons. One is that there's a decided lack of standards. Views about whether agencies are doing a good job or not tend to be quite impressionistic, and the impressionism lends itself to stunningly different assessments of how agencies have done. This stood out for me in the period, the run-up to the 2008 elections, when the president-to-be's statement that Alden mentioned attracted a lot of attention in discussing how agencies had performed and how the new administration might do its work. One point of view about performance came from the Global Competition Review, the well-known international news organization that covers this field. They annually do a rating of competition law, and in 2007, 2008, they handed out their 5-star elite rating to the Federal Trade Commission. 5-star rating simply indicates that an authority is at the top of its game. I've singled out the FTC here, but the Department of Justice Antitrust Division, for the most of the periods in which GCR had done the ratings at this time, had likewise been at the top of the ladder. By some measure, that would stand out as a pretty good assessment in 2000, 2008. Holman Jenkins in June 2007 talking about Whole Foods, Wild Oats. Some agency must qualify as the federal government's most squalid and disreputable. The FTC in recent years has been a catalog of bureaucratic pathology to inspire a modern-day Gogol. Another view of the cathedral, the president-to-be in 2007 in the famous AAI statement about competition law says, the current administration has what may be the weakest record of antitrust enforcement of any administration in the last half century. A very cleverly worded phrase, maybe, that's the hedge that tells you that the author didn't do the research on actual enforcement patterns. Last half century is a period so long, so great to suggest a terrible period of dereliction. A fabulously clever statement, but again, the basic message, one of lapse, default, abject failure. Bob Petoskey, the enormously successful chair of the Federal Trade Commission, AAA conference in June 2008. Over the last decade, there have been some awfully lean years for antitrust enforcement. It hasn't been asleep, but it has been dozing, in my view. And one can ask, they're talking about the same agency here and talking about the FTC. Is it elite, squalid, weakest, or dozing? Can it be the same? Suggestive, I think, of a lack of a baseline of standards to evaluate how agencies perform. And the essential question that I'd like to pose today, in part in talking about the Obama administration's program, is when we say that an agency is good or not, by what criteria are we doing that? By what standards do we measure? And once we've identified the criteria we wish to use, how do we apply them? Even if we tell people what the basis for the grade in the course is, someone has to do the grading. And what does that grade sheet look like? How do you go about actually attributing credit or taking points off? Why care about this? Why is the topic so important? Why is Heritage's commitment to hold this program to do significant? In a number of ways, views about how agencies have done have a significant impact on future policy choices, what they do over the long term. It's not an idle exercise to act, because views about how they're doing, how performing, affects the way resources get allocated. It affects perceptions about the quality of the system as a whole, its brand. And increasingly in international circles, an agency thought to have a bad brand has a weak voice in shaping international standards. And last, ultimately, one wants to develop some sense of what good policy standards or norms are. In other words, the topic is extraordinarily important. I'd like to go about this by talking about, touching on one of the earlier statements featured here, a very unfortunate partisan beginning to the new administration, which I'm afraid has an adverse effect on the development of competition policy going ahead. Lay out my own sense of what the normative aims ought to be, that is, in a general way, what the grading criteria should be, to lay out what the conventional report card looks like, to apply it a bit to the enforcement program of the past 6 years, and then to finish by telling you what I think the report card should look like. I'm giving you my personal views here, and I am a deeply interested participant. I'm not an idle, interested spectator here, because that weakest, I was part of that. I did not regard that as a flattering characterization, and in many settings around the world, that was a heavy bag that one had to carry around to persuade other governments that the FTC and the US government program was worth taking account of and paying attention to. So I am not a disinterested observer. I'll try to label for you the instances in which I'm straying into fields in which personal preference stand out, but I think you'll be able to identify those anyway. But I hope what I come up with is what might broadly be regarded as an accepted standard for evaluating agencies, including the current administration. The unfortunate beginning. Regime changes can have a positive, invigorating effect for competition agencies and others, in part because a previous administration may have a blind spot, a new appointee may have a brilliant idea about how to go ahead, and Bingham famously brought two things, both profound, to the competition system. She came in and said, we're going to sweeten the prize for leniency, not a hazy promise that maybe we'll give you some dispensation if you tell us what you know. But if you are forthcoming and you are first, and you did not quarterback the arrangement, you walk away with no liability for criminal punishment for the company or for your individuals. No other questions asked. And second, she created the honors paralegal program, which has transformed productivity in both of the agencies, and had brilliant ideas, and it was a regime change that brought them in. Similarly, Tim Muris coming back to healthcare and hospital mergers in 2001. A sense of fatigue and I think defeatism had started to creep into both agencies, a defeatism that's understandable when you've gotten thumped 10 times in a row. Hard to walk back up the hill again. Tim said it's worth doing. In other words, to have a regime change can give you real benefits, and I don't dispute that. Indeed, it's been a strength of our system over time that when you have a regime change, a change in party, you get good ideas in many instances coming in that give the system greater strength over time. However, you can go beyond the good ideas to a pattern that prevails in many ways in this city, where that in order to build up the profile of my own program, I go and shatter the program of my predecessors. If you've traveled to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, you notice that many of the stone friezes are magnificent. But because different religious sects at different times controlled Angkor Wat, new management, when it came in, had a tendency of gouging out the faces of the icons left by previous management. And that, unfortunately, is part of the public policy sport in this city. Angkor Wat is still beautiful to behold. The U.S. antitrust system is still remarkable. It would look even better if the defacement had not taken place. And that's where I define the element of partisanship. And unfortunately, it was present here. The 2007 statement set the wrong tone, sets the wrong expectations. This becomes a powerful part of the narrative for the Department of Justice. A recurring phrase starting from the Attorney General on down. We are now open for business again. You were closed before, you shuttered the place, you simply bolted it up, don't bother bringing your merger filings here. And last, a striking tendency to act as though previous leadership simply hadn't existed. I have read all of the text issued by DOJ officials' leadership starting from January 2009 to the present. Here are names that you will not see except in limited instances. James, Pate, Barnett, and Garza. They disappear. Except in footnotes where the citation format for business review letters requires you to identify the name of the author. So unfortunately, you had to mention the names of the people who are there, and Tom Barnett's in those footnotes. But nowhere in the text you see even a halting recognition that something they did may have been valuable and useful. Why is this regrettable? It runs down the brand. It runs down the standing of the institution over time, and it makes it difficult to build respect for it at home and abroad. A striking contrast at the FTC. John Leibowitz, who was my successor, having lived through a transition, it is not a pleasant day when you get the notice that says you were commissioner a minute ago, you are chairman, you are now a mere commissioner, one of the four indistinguishable others. It's much better to sit in that fourth floor office suite. That is a depressing day. Of course, a strong person like myself, not affected by it. I know others might be. But there could be, for other humans, a faint bit of discouragement that comes from that process. John Leibowitz, the chairman of the agency, was unfailingly gracious. John never gave a speech in which he threw a rock at previous management. Indeed, he went out of his way to mention, here are good things that happened when Tim Muris was chair, when Debbie Majoris was chair, and even the other guy who was right in front of me. Edith Ramirez, to a striking extent, has continued that habit over time. Continuing positive references to good things that had happened in the past. In my capacity now, working as a non-executive director for the UK Competition and Markets Authority, I am struck how there is a culture and habit there of not engaging in this kind of defacement. But instead, when handovers take place, there is a systematic process by which new management speaks well of those who went before. Doesn't say, I'm going to do exactly what they did, or I'm going to make no changes. But you can't imagine the new CEO for Kellogg's coming in and saying, cornflakes, we're done with them. I'm tired of it. I'm going to do something different. I'll add to the product line. I have an idea of putting sugar on them. We'll call them sugar frosted flakes. They're great. So you have people coming in and bringing something new, but there's not a ritual defacement of the program that went before. There's a rich tradition of this, by the way, in the Justice Department of doing this well, building the brand, sustaining respect for the institution over time. Ann Bingham generously and extensively praised the work of Jim Rill, who will be speaking later today. Joel Klein generously and extensively, as Ann did, spoke well of Bill Baxter and what Bill Baxter had brought to the department. New management never acted as though those before were simply depraved or incapable of contributing something useful to the institution. That's a bad start. What's a good competition agency? These are the broad criteria. In many ways, they are exceedingly difficult to grade, but the question we'd like to ask, the question we'd like to answer convincingly is, how did the competition agency improve economic performance? That, after all, is the purpose of the law. What did you do to improve productivity, growth, cost reduction? What did you contribute to innovation? That's what we should be asking about. And sadly, I think for you today, if the question is, how do we score the Obama administration on that with respect to competition law? Who knows? Too early to tell. That's a very hard question to answer and exceedingly difficult at this stage to know. It can often take years before you have any confident sense of how policymaking in any one period has affected economic performance, but that's the question we should be trying to answer. Now, often if you pose a difficult question on an examination, the student's reaction is, that's too hard. And what students do on exams is take your question and reformulate it to pose a question they'd like to answer, and then they answer that question. And your response is, no, answer my question. Well, that's the very difficult, imponderable question that we should be asking about competition policy across any administration. That's exceedingly difficult to answer in this instance. Something a bit easier to answer is, does the agency use sound process? Do they have good internal quality control? Are they transparent? Full disclosure of what they're doing? Are they accountable for decisions where possible? Are they minimizing compliance costs? And, very important, have they adopted a culture that says we will routinely assess how we're doing, we are going to adapt in light of what we have learned, and we're going to improve? But there's a built-in mechanism to do that. By the way, one of Edith Ramirez's continuing themes that pleases me a great deal is how important that is. How important the culture of evaluation and assessment is. It is reflected in the FTC's new commitment to go back and revisit the question of merger remedies. I won't suggest to you that there's any particularly absolutely moral certain way to measure that. But for an agency to commit itself on a regular basis to look back and ask, how is it going, is an exceedingly healthy norm, one that you see strikingly present in the work of the modern Federal Trade Commission. Good for the Federal Trade Commission and its chair for doing this. What count? Again, why this is hard to do. So difficult to measure actual welfare effects. Policy evolves too. There are many instances in which good faith choices taken today turn out, in light of what we learned, not to be such good choices in substance later on. You almost have to approach this with two tests. You have to ask, as Thomas McCraw has suggested, that regulatory experiments be judged by a standard true to their own time. That's the contemporary assessment. But then you look back and ask over time, what are the durable positive contributions? What has stood the test of time? What's had a long shelf life? What works well? How do you adopt that? Again, this is exceedingly difficult to assess. What's on the traditional report card? What counts? First and foremost, activity rates, case counts. Extra credit if it's a high-profile matter, if everyone recognizes the name of the organization in question. A tendency to assign little credit to the small cases that might make big law or have made big law. That is, if you dismissed low economic stakes cases as being important and you said you'd never bring them, here's what you'd miss. You'd never brought Lorraine Journal. TV station, a radio station, a newspaper in a little community in northern Ohio. Who cares? Otter Tail, sort of a Garrison Keillor collection of service areas in the upper Midwest central states. So what? These are cases you'd never bring, economically trivial. These have been the platforms for dramatic changes in thinking about what competition law should do. No Otter Tail, no AT&T case. No Lorraine Journal case, no Microsoft case later on. Crucial foundations, small cases that made big law. A fascination with big, shiny, explosive events would suggest that you don't take time to bring these other matters. Almost no credit for non-litigation activities. Advocacy, so what? Advocacy has a note-in-a-bottle quality to it. You're asking someone else to change their mind, to do something differently. You can't force them to do it. Extremely valuable in a number of instances, but the traditional case-centric assessment of what you do tends to crowd that out, at least in the view of those who are making assessments. And we have no good exchange rate to tell you whether I have $1 million to spend in this budgeting year, should I spend it on developing a report, such as the FTC's report on wine, the FTC's report on e-commerce, a report that can lay the foundation for other changes not yet immediately foreseen. Should I invest the $1 million in that or the $1 million in bringing the next case? We have no exchange rate that tells people what to do. If we think of abusive dominance, and you go back to the Bush presidency, arguably the FTC report to promote innovation issued in 2003 is worth multiple cases involving Section 2 infringements because of the debate and reassessment it has provoked about the operation of the IP system. Part of what's difficult in this area as a starting point in making evaluations is there's no common agreement within our community about what actually happened. And here's where the ingredient of partisanship is disabling, because part of the partisan debate, that is the flattening of others' contributions, tends to make other activities that arguably should be important for the debate simply disappear. A couple of examples. Harvey Goldschmidt at the 2009 ABA spring meeting on a panel said during the Bush II administration, there has been no enforcement of Sherman Act Section 2. No, as in none. Well, there go the FTC cases involving BioVail, BMS, Unical, and Rambus. I'm not asking you to bow and silently praise those cases, but they did happen. They existed. They didn't disappear. It's one thing to look at the basketball player and say, you're a bad shot. You missed. It's another thing to say you didn't shoot at all. You can simply say there was no effort made to score points is one element of the narrative that says that the deficiencies were so profound. Bob Harvey and Diane Wood, in the current edition of their trade regulation casebook from 2010, say there was no enforcement at all. I don't know what the difference between no enforcement or no enforcement at all is, but it's the way that authors give further emphasis to a point they want to drive home. No enforcement at all against vertical and conglomerate mergers during the Bush administration. Here you have demonstrably obvious but see sites. Cytec Digene that the FTC brought, DOJ Premdor. I'm not going to suggest to you that there was a case a week involving vertical matters. Yet they happened, and they were important. And one asks, what's going on in a process of discussion, debate, and analysis in which the relevant events just disappear from sight? And what does that do to contribute to the debate and understanding of what agencies do? Couple of problems with case counts as we have used them before. There's a temptation if we glorify the number of cases being brought to do the following things. Does everyone succumb to the temptation? Absolutely not. But if the count of matters, totals, increasing totals, is all that counts, here's some temptations that can afflict agencies. Well, you run the totals up by taking cheap deals. You put more things on the mantelpiece, and you accept accommodations that aren't particularly useful. The press release doesn't say, by the way, this is not particularly useful. The press release says, victory, yet another victory. But there can be a tendency to take things that aren't that important. There's no accounting in this framework for difficulty. If it were Olympic diving, there's a factor called degree of difficulty. The dive depends a lot on the score you get on how hard it is to do. Example of this, Bill Baxter during the 1980s, not widely known for being enthusiastic about applying Section 2 of the Sherman Act to challenge single firm conduct. Bill didn't bring a lot of cases, but he settled one that had been started before. It was AT&T, and of the many good accounts about the AT&T litigation, it wasn't until Bill walked in the door of the department that there was now a clear idea about the way out of the case, how to finish it, what the remedy ought to be. Bill brought that, and Bill drove that home, told A&T, we will litigate this, as Bill put it so famously, to the eyeballs. We will pursue this case to the end, and I demand a divestiture that separates long lines activity from the local loop. Western Electric is going to be a separate independent enterprise, and you can buy phone equipment from wherever you want if it meets technical specifications. Bill Baxter designed that and brought it to earth successfully in a way that made that perhaps the most valuable modern contribution to economic performance in the U.S. and global economy that Antitrust has produced ever by way of a Section 2 case. He didn't bring that case, he brought it home. How many other Section 2 cases is that worth? That is, if you hit the home run in the 7th game of the World Series that concludes it, if you are Bill Mazeroski, for those of you who would know what that means, how many Bill Mazeroski home runs or other home runs is that home run worth? That home run happened just when it mattered most. Bill Baxter had a settlement in a couple of other cases, but arguably, in many ways, the division's contribution to good economic performance through that intervention obviously stands out as an enormous contribution. It's not even a new case. It's one matter concluded, but concluded in a way that truly matters. I'm not going to suggest to you that activity levels are unimportant. and to look back at the experience during the Bush administration at the Justice Department with Section 2, this is a problem. Looking at activity levels gives you some idea of broad trends over time. That is how policy has changed, how policy reflects changes in the literature. But if you don't develop what Tim Muris called, I think so wisely, the positive agenda. In Section 2, it can be dealing with public restraints on competition. If you have no positive agenda, and the numbers put up on the board are zero, zero's easily understood. You have to have some political capital to function. You have to have a positive program. It doesn't have to be massive in its scope, but where there are economically sound cases to be brought, and there are a number out there, to have a couple of them provides a basis for saying we are present in this area. Maybe we're not bringing the cases you like, but we are looking for good cases that are compatible with our own philosophy about what policymaking ought to be. And to have 0 cases in 8 years is a number that's easily understood. In short, if you were a political science advising the head of the agency, you might say that your ability to function effectively depends on having some visible activity with respect to key areas of your jurisdiction. To look at a couple of those areas in a bit more detail, that is, to suggest how over time we see the system develop some elements of stability that Alden referred to before, to pick a couple of areas where there's stunning stability over time. Distribution practices. Robinson-Patman Act, not an area of enforcement that competition scholars, practitioners, and officials are fond of. Bush and Obama, exactly the same number of cases, 0 since 2000, none. Going back further, how many cases since 1989? That would be a total of 2. This has been an area of activity in which you see the development, the broad acceptance of a norm that essentially says we're not going to enforce the statute. You can ask, by the way, as a matter of good governance, if there's going to be no enforcement, isn't it time to stand up and say, let's get rid of it? We're not enforcing it because we don't like it. Problem? A great deal of effort would have to be exerted to do that, but it's curious to have an anomaly of this kind in which the public agencies, over a period now of 15 years, have done nothing. And before that, brought 2 cases since 1989. Resale price maintenance. This might have been an area in which you would have seen greater activity. Yet since 2000, the appointees of George W. Bush and Barack Obama brought exactly the same number of RPM cases. That is precisely 0, as in none at all. State governments, of course, continuing to enforce the law under their own statutes, using the approach of Dr. Miles. But what's happened? What have the agencies done after Legion? The FTC issued an order modification in 9 West, and DOJ issued a speech by Chris Varney. That's been it. So, if you ask, change here? Might you have expected a change here, given the explosive and emotional political nature of the debate here about RPM? Would you have seen something take place, perhaps? But the amount of activity has been 0. That's been a continuing norm, essentially, of diminished interest and attention to this area of the law. That latter area could have changed, yet it has not so far. Dominant firm behavior. The area perhaps that established, in many ways, the big differentiation between the previous administration and the new one. And Chris Varney's speech in 2009 certainly foreshadowed big changes here about what was going to take place. And she said, we're going to build cases based on the mainstream that consists of Lorraine Journal, Aspen, and Microsoft. Those are the anchors of modern Section 2 doctrine. What's happened since 2001 to date? 2001 to 2008 at the department, no cases. 2009 to the present, 1 case. United Healthcare, an exclusive dealing relationship involving a hospital system in Wichita Falls, a settlement. I'm not going to belittle settlements, and I suppose that 1 is infinitely greater than 0, yet it's 1. And it's hard to look at that configuration of activity and say, my goodness, what a jump in activity and interest. Not for want of trying, but the number is 1. Now, Steve Salop has a wonderful Antitrust Law Journal paper that says lots of what are now the Section 1 cases have an element of exclusionary effects in there. Nice paper in theory. I think lots of Section 1 cases for a long time have had a 2-stage process of both collusion and exclusion built into them. a nice way to think about this, but that's not how the new administration pitched its program. It said, this is where you're going to see big differences. One case. What have turned out to be the obstacles? Well, all the cases Chris didn't mention in her speech. By the way, good exam question. I've used this. I've excerpted Chris's speech, and I've told students, is it true that Lorraine Journal, Aspen, and Microsoft are the foundations of modern Section 2 jurisprudence? The right answer is they're important, but all this thing on the bottom line here, Brook Group, Discon, Trinco, Weyerhaeuser, Linkline, those count too. If you don't talk about them, you don't have an A answer. Those have been powerful obstacles which the government agencies have bumped into again and again in deciding what to do going ahead. FTC, activity since '93, a stunning degree of stability over time in activity levels over the 8-year periods. Cases being brought at basically the same rate concerning Section 2 of the Sherman Act. A little bit of variation, but not anything simply looking at numbers that would cause you to be startled. What about Section 5, and unfair methods of competition? A couple of things to keep in mind looking at activity related to settlements. When's the last time the FTC won, by litigation, a case based on a Section 5 theory? That's in the 1960s. That's the last victory. It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. When's the last FTC litigated victory with a Section 2 theory of any kind? Also back in the 1960s. There's a notable pending matter that's going to shed some light on the future of this field of law. McWane. McWane's a big deal because if the commission succeeds, it's the first time since the 60s that it has won one of these cases, depending on what happens later going through the process of judicial review, maybe to the Supreme Court. Interesting comparison between Intel and Google. I have to infer at some point on Section 5 and its possibilities to expand that Google told the FTC, sue me. On search, I'm giving you nothing that you will not win through litigation. And I'm willing to take my chances in the appellate process. And I have some sense of what this track record is. Section 5 with it, without it, you guys don't win when you litigate a case. Now you start winning them, maybe I'll rethink. But for the most part, I think Google realized that Section 5, outside of invitations to collude, has the commission demonstrated its capacity over the past 40 to 50 years that it can prevail in this area? No. And that if you take them on, you have a fighting chance to succeed. The continuing question about whether there'll be more guidance on this point, the debate about it, my view is that without guidance, without self-limiting principles, this does not move forward, that you'll continue to replicate these results over time. I understand the difficulties in going about trying to establish that foundation, yet without coming back on it and doing it effectively, it's hard to see in my mind that courts will ever respect this as a useful tool of enforcement over time. In 1 century of activity, the FTC has not come up with such a statement, including during my time there. That is, I'm part of this inactivity. Maybe in the 2nd century, it will be possible to turn that paper in. But for the currently, no paper, no grade, you don't pass the course. A couple of concluding thoughts about what the report card might look at. And you can gather from this a significant degree of stability in some areas with respect to what the agencies have done. We've got more discussion later on mergers, but I'm going to suggest to you that in many ways the basic question of where the agencies look closely and then fight has stayed basically the same, with the important fact that the 2 agencies have had more victories in litigation. This is a significant accomplishment. To win cases in court, that sets the boundaries. That's a big accomplishment. Do I have a good metric to evaluate whether these have been the right cases, the good cases? Far too early to tell. But certainly something that the Commission and the Department have had success in doing is prevailing in litigated cases. That's an important contribution to setting the foundations of merger policy. Role of the state, extraordinary amount of continuing continuity, continuing concern by the FTC. Phoebe Putney, North Carolina dentist, now before the Supreme Court. Vital advocacy measures, continuing interest in developing advocacy. An obvious norm here that treats this over time as being an important component of policymaking. Let me show you a concluding slide about 2 things that may matter in the future. What about the courts? I showed you the dominant firm slide with what the jurisprudence looks like. This is the big prize in the next election. It was a big prize in the last 5 elections. Why does it matter? During the Reagan administration, the White House decided that the business side of the court agenda mattered. And they were going to pick jurists who were able to bring an informing intellectual perspective to what courts did. These are a few of their names, and you know these people quite well. Easterbrook, Posner, Doug Ginsburg, Scalia, Williams, Winter, went into the academy and brought people who had a deep intellectual understanding about the field and weren't simply going to decide cases, but they were going to apply that understanding to shape policy norms, standards, and doctrines. That's what they were going to do. There will come a time when they are no longer sitting on their courts, and that time will, at some point, be in the relatively near future. They probably won't be deciding cases 20 years from now, maybe not 10 years from now on the courts. They have been a crucial anchor, in the D.C. Circuit in particular. I know at the FTC, when something was coming about that I wasn't particularly fond of, I would be able to point out those big windows at the front of the building, and you could look down Constitution Avenue and say, see that building over there on the left? That's our next date. That's the D.C. Circuit. And in the winter, when the leaves are down, up above the Capitol, see that white building above the Senate side of the Capitol building? That's the Supreme Court. That's where we're going next. So try your luck. That's been an enormous discipline. That could change. The appointees and the balance on those courts, they are changing now. Will the appointees abandon what I call a modern Harvard School influence, the Phil Arita, the Steve Breyer, the Don Turner, that in many areas has been very cautious of expansive intervention? I don't know. Phil Arita is not teaching his course there. Steve Breyer does not teach there anymore. I don't know if that spirit and concern about administrative capacity is going to continue to infuse decision-making. But there is the possibility here for gradual changes in the courts in which you might get a reassessment of doctrine. And in practical terms for the D.C. Circuit, it will not always be quite so easy and confidently to point down the street and say, you're in for a rough go there. That's a tough gauntlet. And by the way, when would we start to see this? This is a long-term development. If you brought a case today that sought to move the boundaries a bit, you wouldn't be going through the Court of Appeals until 2020. That's a ways out. But I want to suggest to you that the process of appointments in subtle and gradual ways could start to change the configuration of the courts that are evaluating cases. Will they dramatically adjust standards? No, that's not how courts act. But could they, in smaller steps, start to approve a case in one instance that didn't make it the last time? That's entirely feasible. That could happen here. What's my report card? One element is the enhancement to the institutional infrastructure, what I call at home and abroad. Deeper policy integration between the FTC and DOJ, the reluctant, sometimes accommodating joint venture between the federal institutions and the states. I suppose we've given up on the possibility that there would be a more formal integration. It's going to be deeper integration by contract. Why does it matter? Our counterparts abroad are taking these institutional issues very seriously. I see that in the UK and elsewhere. In the US, there's quite a complacency about the existing framework and a general unwillingness to engage more deeply throughout the agencies with their capabilities in building a better institutional foundation. To talk about that Section 5 again, the section between 4 and 6 in the Federal Trade Commission Act, when we talk about what Section 5 should be, that can't be decided without a conversation with the Department of Justice. DOJ has to be part of that, mapping out what it is the Sherman Act does, and then coming to some common understanding about what might surround it by way of an additional ban. That can't just be a decision taken by the FTC. That has to be a joint discussion. The department historically has looked at Section 5 as a menace, a threat. The pincer movements by which the FTC would try to envelop it. Section 5 on one side, unfair acts or practice on the other, and an encircling move that would try to trap the department. Historically, it's been wary of this. But that has to be a conversation with the department over time to sort that out. Final slide. What's the report card? Has the agency clearly articulated goals and strategy? Yes, let's look at the number of cases and outcomes. How's the non-litigation agenda? How strong in different areas? What are the commitments there? Are there continuing investments in capability, building knowledge? Investments in infrastructure, making the networks better. Again, I fear the U.S. is missing a good game here compared to what the rest of the world is trying to do to come up with a better framework. Revelation of information, good disclosure, good data sets that explain what you're doing, good explanations of decisions taken, cases closed. A habit of conscious assessment and adaptation. What's the investment every year to look back qualitatively or quantitatively and how things have turned out? Is there attentiveness to building programs that are consistent with emerging views about what policymaking ought to be? And finally, along those lines, is there a customer habit of, while recognizing the benefits of something new, recognizing the cumulative nature of policymaking? In the case of DOJ during the previous decade, what Tom Barnett and the department did indispensably to supporting the development of something like the International Competition Network, to making the anti-cartel program still stronger and handing off a still better program, which has been enhanced and developed in the last 6 years. Is there a norm in a highly partisan environment of recognizing good contributions over time? Not to suggest an absence of change, but to realize that the good things that are happening in an agency today probably have their roots in choices taken earlier. Thanks very much.
Thank you much, Bill. Always entertaining. And Bill Mazurowski, I didn't know his name would come up, but I'm sure for natives of Pittsburgh, that's, which I'm not, but that's quite encouraging. We'll move right now to our next panel on the Federal Trade Commission, which will be chaired by Dr. Jeffrey Eisenach, a distinguished economist who was the chief aide to Jim Miller, chairman of the FTC at the beginning of the Reagan administration, and joined by two current FTC commissioners, Commissioner Joshua Wright and Commissioner Maureen Olhausen, and Susan Creighton, very distinguished and antitrust practitioner and former director of the Bureau of Competition. Jeff, take it away.
Josh, welcome. Alden, thank you, and thank you for having me here today. My career at the FTC actually began even prior to the Miller administration. Some people may remember Jim was the chairman of the FTC transition team in late 1980. And some transition teams do more work than others. In Jim's case, he recruited Carol Crawford, Tim Muris, and a number of other folks. I was an extremely junior member of that team at the time. But we were coming into office. Jim became chairman in September after serving at the Office of Management and Budget for a while when I believe it was David Clanton's seat that opened up? In any case, the seat opened up in September. But what we were coming into office after a very difficult period for the FTC, and that was the period characterized by Michael Perchuk. So maybe whatever we're about to say about the record of the Federal Trade Commission under the Obama administration, we can say that it is not the record of Michael Perchuk. Some positive news. I'm going to more or less stay out of the way here. I think the introductions are in your packets, and Alden has already announced who our speakers are, so I'm going to stay out of the way and just let them begin. We've agreed to go 7 to 10 minutes with opening remarks, and then we'll take a brief kind of back around the circuit to get people's reactions to what others have said, and then we're going to have, I hope, a good bit of time for questions and answers from the floor. So let me just go ahead. We agreed on an order of Maureen, Josh, and Susan. So Maureen, take it away.
Great. Thanks so much, Jeff, and thanks to Alden for putting together this wonderful program. I'm delighted to be here this morning, but I do need to give the usual disclaimer that these views are just my own. I was always delighted to hear Bill Kovacic. I was very fortunate in that he was one of my professors when I was in law school, as was Judge Douglas Ginsburg, who's here in the audience. And the two of them really very firmly put my feet on the path of spending so much of my career focused on antitrust and the Federal Trade Commission. And from the kind of presentation that Bill gave this morning, you can see why I was inspired. In my opening remarks, I wanted to focus on three areas that the FTC has been very active in. Intellectual property, Section 5 of the FTC Act, or actively discussed, if not so much active in that area. And then I also want to focus on another area that has been of great interest lately and some discussion, which is the harmonization of the PI standards across the FTC and the Department of Justice. So let me start first with intellectual property and talking about patent assertion entities. And this is an area where I've supported the FTC's actions thus far. So patent assertion entities, very hot topic. Some people call them patent trolls. And as I've been out and about and talking to people in various areas, I've heard a lot of different views about patent assertion entities. Some claim that they're a drag on innovation and they're hurting the economy, while others argue that they're really a reflection of a move to an open innovation model in our economy. And my position thus far has been I'm always in favor of more transparency and improving patent quality, and I think that's important. But I've also counseled a cautious approach. This is an area right now where there are really a lot of moving pieces. So we had the Supreme Court decisions in Highmark and Octane involving fee shifting. We had the Supreme Court decision in Alice about the patentability of software. And we're starting to see some patents be struck down under the Alice standard. We also have a patent review program in place at the PTO under the America Invents Act that appears to be working reasonably well. So these things are starting to have effects, and I'm curious to see how great some of these effects may be. But that doesn't mean the FTC doesn't have a role to play in this area yet or have any tools at its disposal. So I wanted to talk about two things that we've done in the FTC. One involves unfair and deceptive acts or practices involving abusive patent demand letters. So the FTC reached a settlement with MPHJ, pursuing it for deceptive claims it made in a series of patent demand letters to a wide host of small businesses. So we entered a settlement with the company and with their law firm for making false threats in these letters regarding saying that other companies have issued licenses and that they were about to initiate lawsuits against the recipients of these letters. And in reality, the respondents had not sold a single license and did not file, or hadn't sold a single license through their letter writing campaign and hadn't filed a single lawsuit, and they didn't intend to. So the proposed settlement with the FTC bars the respondents from making misrepresentations when asserting patent rights, including deceptive claims about the number of licenses sold and whether a lawsuit will be filed, and the imminence of any lawsuit. But very importantly, the settlement doesn't restrict MPHJ from properly asserting its patent rights. So that's one of the areas that one of the tools we've been able to use in using our enforcement authority. Bill mentioned our study authority as well. The FTC has a very long history of using its study capabilities and its policymaking functions. And we're using these tools to conduct a PAE study. So we're collecting information about PAE activity, and I really think this collection is necessary because so much of the debate thus far has been driven by what information is publicly available. But we don't really know, because that's only part of the picture, and we don't really know what other non-public behavior is going on, including patent acquisition, assertion, and licensing practices. And so we are in the process of receiving information on these activities. And our intent is to produce a descriptive report that will benefit the government, academia, and industry, and Congress as they grapple with these issues. Another area where the FTC has done a lot is in the area of standard essential patents. Bill mentioned some of the reports that we've done, and I think those are very, very important. But this is an area where the FTC has taken some actions which I have not supported. So in November 2012, the FTC issued a consent in a Bosch case. And then in January 2013, a case with Google MMI. And I dissented and I criticized the majority for imposing Section 5 liability for seeking an injunction on a FRAND encumbered SEP. And I have many concerns with these cases and the treatment of SEP-related conduct in them. First of all, I'm concerned that they represent an insufficient recognition of IP rights. I thought they created doctrinal confusion by contradicting decisions of the courts and the SSO's rules. They also create an institutional conflict between the FTC and the Department of Justice because the FTC acted pursuant to its Section 5 authority, which, as Bill mentioned, the Department of Justice doesn't have. And so I thought that could create some doctrinal confusion for patent holders to say, well, if the FTC is looking at this conduct, it may violate it, but if DOJ is looking at it, it doesn't violate Section 2. I was also concerned about the effects on the right to petition under the Noor-Pennington Doctrine. I also was concerned that they send the wrong message to newer antitrust regimes around the world, including China, regarding the value of intellectual property rights. And when I've been in China, I've actually heard some of these arguments advanced that, well, we're just doing what you do in the US. We're just saying these patents are, it's abuse to assert them, that they're an essential facility, and we're just getting inspiration. I was at a conference which said inspiration from the Google case and went on to draw a lot of lines that would eventually lead to compulsory licensing. And then finally, they lack meaningful guidance and limiting principles under Section 5, which brings me to my next topic of Section 5. So I've argued that on the competition side, the FTC's most meaningful contribution is the development of the antitrust laws using our unique research and administrative litigation tools. On the other hand, as Bill has already mentioned, we have not fared very well when we've tried to use our standalone Section 5 authority, except in the area of invitations to collude, which I and my colleagues have supported. So in July 2013, I gave a speech at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and I followed this up with a law review article about how I would approach Section 5, what kind of factors I think were important, including a substantial harm to competition, lack of pro-competitive justification, or alternatively, a disproportionate harm test. I also think it's important to minimize or avoid institutional conflict, particularly the conflict between the FTC and the Department of Justice. I think we need to ground Section 5 in robust economic evidence, and we also have to be aware of our many non-enforcement alternatives to Section 5. And finally, we need to provide clear guidance on our authority. I'm happy to discuss Section 5 more in the question and answer period. And then finally, following up on this topic of avoiding institutional conflict, I wanted to address some of the concerns that have been raised regarding the actual or perceived difference between the PI standards of the FTC and the Department of Justice. I'm concerned about that as well, and I think it's a bad idea for there to be a different standard for each agency. Therefore, I support efforts to harmonize the two standards. There have been a lot of different ideas proposed about how to do this, and it's certainly an important discussion to engage in. Internally at the FTC, I've been very careful when I look at complaints to make sure that they can't be read as arguing for a different PI standard for the FTC versus the DOJ. And then additionally, something I'd like to explore is, at the FTC, is whether we should consider changing our Rule 3.26. So this is the rule that covers whether administrative proceedings at the FTC are automatically withdrawn if the court denies a PI. So prior to some 2008 revisions, the practice was the withdrawal or stay of a PI loss was automatic unless the commission decided that for certain reasons that the administrative litigation should continue. In 2008, that rule was revised to reverse the presumption, that it would continue, the administrative proceeding would continue even if there was a PI loss until the party petitioned for it to be withdrawn. And then the commission had 30 days in which to decide. I think we should go back to the previous practice because the FTC has not continued to proceed with an administrative litigation following a PI loss really for the past 20 years. So I think the default rule should reflect our normal practice as the norm. Also, In connection with the previous enactment of Rule 3.26, then Chairman Potofsky had given a statement explaining the rare times and case-by-case approach we would bring to proceeding administratively following a PI loss. I think we should consider reaffirming that statement. It was actually reaffirmed in the 2008 rule, but I don't see any reason not to do that again, and perhaps strengthen it a bit and more explicitly include it in the new rule. So that's just my suggestion. Again, I'm just speaking for myself, but those are some of the kinds of issues that I would like to explore to address some of these concerns that have been raised about the FTC's authority in this area. And I'll stop
Josh?
there.
Thank you. Josh?
All right. Well, Maureen took all the good stuff.
That's why I wanted to go first.
Yeah. Well played, Commissioner Olhausen. So thanks for the invitation. And same disclaimer, I'm speaking for me and not the other people. And I do want to note that I took great joy surveying the program and seeing that between George Mason alum and professors, we have got a good dominant share grip on the intellectual contributions happening today, and that makes me smile. So I want to talk briefly, maybe sort of a minute or two, about areas that I think in terms of, if we want to sort of continue Bill's theme of continuity versus departure, or sort of new agendas in the Obama administration at the FTC, two areas of continuity that I think should have some praise and some special attention, and Bill mentioned these both, are one, I think a particular bright spot of the agency, and I think it's been a particular bright spot for some time and through a number of administrations, has been the advocacy program at the agency. I think the work, not just on taxis, which is some of the more high-profile stuff, but also in healthcare markets and accreditation of nurses and PBM regulation, any willing provider laws in the healthcare space, automobile dealerships. I think that really is a wonderful example of the FTC sort of maxing out the rate of return that it can get out of the resources it has with respect to its special authority to do that sort of advocacy. And I think that's worth noting. A second area of continuity that I think also Bill mentioned, but is again worth noting, is the hospital merger program. I think the hospital merger program sort of got its groove back post 6B study in the 90s, sort of learning about how those markets work, and we're able to sort of translate those insights into litigation. And I think the agency's approach in those cases is, a good standard deviation or two better in terms of levels of economic sophistication than what you see in some of other areas. Not for lack of effort, because you've got data there and a bunch of economic tools to put to use, and the agency does that, and I think has done for a long time. So those are two areas that I think sort of stand out to me as great examples of continuity. There are others, but sort of two that come to mind. In terms of areas that I think give rise to some questions or causes for concern, my topics won't be too much different at all from those that Commissioner Olhausen raised. In fact, they will be the same. So let me begin quickly with Section 5, the good news being everybody's already done the groundwork to explain sort of where things are. One of the interesting points that I think that has been laid out, sort of you start from the beginning of why one might need Section 5 guidelines anyway. The way I think about this is there are really sort of two prongs to the problem, and one is substance and one is process, right? On the substantive side, nobody knows what Section 5 means. People can tell you that there's a bucket of cases that we all agree on, and that is true. I vote for invitation to collude cases, and I think there's widespread agreement among them. Can people have a definition that explains why invitations to collude are in and why other cases are out? No. And that's for a number of reasons. And of course, if we ever did come to an agreement, there's no reason why when the commission composition changes, that would change again. So it should be no surprise that Section 5 has meant whatever three commissioners have said over the history of the agency, and they've not always said the same thing. That poses a particular problem. I think that poses a particular problem, especially when an agency wants to use Section 5 in areas where a case under the traditional antitrust laws would fail for a lack of the ability to show consumer harm. Right? There are lots of, that generally isn't the case in invitation to collude cases. Many have argued, I mean among them, that explains Section 5 complaints both in Intel and Google. Those predate my stint at the commission, but belong to this administration. In terms of the process, having a definition of Section 5, if we're going to use it in those sorts of cases, is especially important. Not just because it's a signature statute, Congress intended us to use it and sort of make a positive rate of return on it. I don't think that anybody can look fairly at the historical record over the past 100 years and suggest that the rate of return's been positive. I think it's negative, the coefficient's large, and it's not pretty over the whole span. But in addition to sort of the idea that we don't have a definition for our signature statute, I think on the competition side, another problem is simply that while this particular commission has used it sparingly and generally for invitation to collude cases, the intellectual property cases that Commissioner Olhausen raised, I think, give rise to a number of serious concerns about the use of Section 5 to undermine intellectual property rights. And also, Intel and Google, I think if you add it up, if you go into the accountability reports we send to the government to tell them, what sort of consumer savings we've generated with our enforcement actions, if you add up Intel and Google, it's a third of what we've done over the past 6 years. We do use it in big cases. And it matters for that reason, just sort of the sheer pragmatics of it as well. The state of play is one where Commissioner Olhausen has sort of offered up a definition. I've done the same. The chairwoman and at least Commissioner Brill have said we sort of agree that Section 5 should require harm to competition. There's some debate over how to count efficiencies. By my lights, this is a significant amount of progress. We've got a lot done. There's agreement that there should be harm to competition. There's agreement that efficiency should count. Whether we want to count them one-to-one with substantial disproportionality or with a safe harbor for conduct that has efficiencies and force us into federal court in more complicated cases, I think is an important difference to have a discussion about, but I think is relatively narrow, and I think should be no obstacle to getting guidelines done. Whether that's the case or not, I think remains to be seen. Let me talk briefly about one angle on the IP antitrust cases that Commissioner Olhausen discussed that I think is also worth noting. If you sort of stack together, Bosch and Google, and which I think stand for a number of things and raise a number of policy concerns, but certainly support the proposition that it is the Commission's view that the assertion of an injunction on a standard essential patent violates Section 5 as an unfair method of competition. That, I think, is a real problem, not only because it's a departure from prior Commission view on how we think about intellectual property rights. Circa 1995, you read our IP licensing guidelines, still good so far as I can tell. They say we're going to treat in parity and symmetry intellectual property rights and real property rights. We recognize the role in economic exchange and creation of economic value of strong property rights. And I think through those Section 5 actions in particular, I think we have undermined, without much discussion, whether the agency still believes firmly in an enforcement policy with respect to IP rights that are laid out in those 1995 guidelines. I think it's very difficult to square those particular settlements and those views with the words and the spirit and the concept of the 95 guidelines. That's a real problem. If we mean to be doing something else, that there should be a discussion about it. And I think a second important feature, which Commissioner Olhausen did mention, but I think it's worth doubling down here a little bit, is that it does that view with respect to intellectual property rights, in addition to, in my view, probably just being flat out bad policy, does also create an institutional gap with the DOJ. If you are counseling clients and you've got a standard essential patent and you're in a DOJ industry, their threat is to sue you under Section 2. You can search all the cases and all the treaties and all the things all you want for cases in which the assertion of a standard essential patent violates Section 2, and you will find 0. Unfair methods, you will find a bunch of settlements. If I were counseling somebody who had a standard essential patent, I would be very concerned about my agency draw. I'd be very concerned. There are lots of complicated questions in patent reform. There are lots of complicated questions about how strong property rights should be, whether we've got too few, too many, too broad, too high, too wide, too low, whatever patents. That we should be doing patent policy by agency draw, I don't think anybody thinks is a good idea. Last 30 seconds with respect to the PI standards. Here to everything Commissioner Ozen said, I think both with respect to Rule 326 and the Potofsky statement, sort of reiterating that in some sort of informal or formal way. I think it's a little bit troubling that that's not been done in light of some of the legislative efforts that have been teed up to try to narrow the gap or eliminate the gap with respect to PI standards. Those are efforts I wholly support in the Smarter Act. I think there is an important question to be had more generally. I think at the FTC, Bill had teed this up in some of his talk about what we want our Part 3 program to look like when it grows up. Right? Well, it's 100 years old. It's grown up. I think it's fair to evaluate it. And I think if you evaluate the Part 3 results over time, there are some real benefits to it. The hospital program cases, you split the benefits between the 6B and then going out and litigating the cases. There are some real benefits to the Part 3 merger program. I think the success stories are few and far between, but they exist. But there are also some real concerns about a process in which the Commission has ended up ruling for itself 99.5% of the time, and carrying on whoever is in those Court of Appeals that Bill mentioned, sort of carrying on like that's a legitimate process that's going to withstand judicial review when and if somebody litigates those cases. I think in my own view, a good hard look of what we've done with the administrative process over time should give serious concern to anybody who looks at it and takes it seriously. And I think it's very worthwhile that part of the Smarter Act debate in the preliminary injunction standard debate includes what we think about how often we ought to be using administrative litigation, what we think we're getting out of it, and what we can point to in the record to support that versus the cost of doing so. When Robinson-Patman Act enforcement was dead, we brought it in Part 3. The whole world knew they were bad cases. Right? When federal courts were undergoing the Chicago School Revolution on vertical restraints and changing everything from per se to rule of reason, we brought Part 3 cases as if the per se rule should still apply. Those are a while ago. Okay. But the process concerns, I think, are still there, and I think same with any independent agency, I think worthy of real discussion. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Josh. Susan?
Thanks, Jeff. And thanks to Alden and the Heritage Foundation for the great opportunity to be on this panel today. So I thought I'd maybe take a little bit longer look at sort of the last 6 years of the Obama administration, and I think maybe the thing that struck me the most is what I might have thought would have happened back if you'd asked the 2008 me. Would have been a lot more, I would have expected a lot more change, and in fact, as Bill Kovacic mentioned, I think we've seen a lot more continuity. Maybe just for those of you who weren't paying a lot of attention to the FTC 6 years ago, just to give a flavor of why some of us might have been expecting more change than continuity. I was at a conference right on the cusp of the Obama administration that the FTC held on Section 5, and Commissioner Leibowitz, who was soon to become Chairman Leibowitz, gave a speech to open the workshop. As Bill mentioned, Commissioner Leibowitz has always been outstanding about emphasizing sort of the bipartisan efforts of the Commission, but there was no doubt that he had great plans for Section 5. Just to give you a little bit of a flavor of what his speech sounded like, here's how he started. He said, "Imagine a United States where wealth has become increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few. Imagine that the prevailing philosophy in the country is a school of thought that distrusts government intervention and emphasizes a laissez-faire approach. Imagine also a federal judiciary, and especially a Supreme Court, that is hostile to vigorous enforcement of the antitrust laws." He continued by saying, "I know that sounds like it's 2008, but really I'm talking about 1914 as well, when the FTC was started." And so in his telling, the FTC was designed for just such moments as these. So he decried the cramped reading of the Sherman Act. He said, quote, "I'm thinking of Trinco, Twombly, and Legion, but you may each have your own favorites." And he said that, quote, "Some of the retrenchment from the 1960s makes sense, but often it doesn't." And he concluded that Section 5 could, and he thought would, be used effectively to reverse these unfortunate developments in the law. So if we fast forward from then to today, I took a look at the Commission's most recent annual report from 2013. And I mean this as a compliment, not a criticism, that in all honesty, I think it could as easily have been an annual report from the 2003 Muris administration as from the 2013 Obama administration. To give you a feel for that, let me run through the items that were highlighted. And this is, I believe, pretty much an exhaustive list on the competition side. First, victories before the Supreme Court and the Fourth Circuit in restricting the scope of state action. That was a huge priority of the Bush administration, including a 2003 staff report in which Commissioner Olhausen participated when she was working at the staff. A trial victory in a hospital merger case. I think Commissioner Wright and Bill Kovacic have already touched on that. That was a huge part of the initiative of the Bush administration to develop an economically sound approach to the review of those mergers. Third was a victory before the Supreme Court in the activist case. Challenges to reverse payments cases had started under the Clinton administration at the FTC, but they were continued vigorously with bipartisan support throughout the Bush administration. Fourth, challenges to ethics rules to trade associations, the restricted price competition, and as Commissioner Wright mentioned, a vigorous competition advocacy program. Those had also been big focuses in the Bush administration. Fifth, an appellate win in a merger case that actually had been unanimously voted out towards the end of the Bush administration. Fifth, I think, I've lost my count. An internet effort to be promoting best practices internationally, where I need to give a shout out to the really outstanding work that the FTC has done. I think I can speak on behalf of the entire American business community in saying how grateful it is for the work that the FTC continues to do in that respect in standing up for due process. So the final element noted in the 2013 report was the Nielsen-Arbitron merger. And there Commissioner Wright and Commissioner Olhausen disagreed, and I guess I would say that is in itself maybe telling that the most controversial item from a conservative's perspective in the 2013 report was where reasonable conservatives can and do disagree.
I actually was recused in that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
I was all alone, Susan.
okay. Well, that may
all
be
him.
telling in the rest of our discussion. So, sorry, I didn't mean to
No, that's okay.
slight you there. So what happened in between? So, Bill Kovacic mentioned the Google search investigation. I had the privilege of serving as counsel for Google in that case. And so that would have been my little perch to sort of see maybe how this dynamic played out. I think by the end of that investigation, even Chairman Leibowitz didn't think there was a basis for a Sherman Act claim, but you could have said that actually made it a perfect candidate for a Section 5 claim. And the FTC looked very hard at whether to bring such a case. In the end, as you know, they did not. And in reflecting on why not, I'd like to suggest that it had something to do with the FTC's rather unique institutional structure, and perhaps there are some lessons that we can draw more broadly even to agencies beyond the FTC. And specifically what I wanted to argue as a hypothesis is that the minority commissioners play a very important constraining role at the FTC in a way that, in my impression, is not true at other agencies like the FCC. And I think it's interesting maybe to think a little bit about why that might be so. So my hypothesis is that it has to do with the fact that the FTC, at least on the antitrust side, is an enforcement agency rather than a regulatory agency. And that means that when, say, the FTC is considering whether to sue Google, its vote is not entitled to Chevron deference. It's just a vote to file a complaint. And then you have to persuade a court that you're right. Now imagine trying to litigate a case like that over a 4-1 or a 3-2 vote with a dissent that explains why the majority's theory is novel and wrong. Now, perhaps there has been such a case that has issued where the FTC has litigated after a 3-2 vote, but if there is one, I'm not familiar with it. So that seems to me very different from the way the world works, say, with regulations at the FCC, where even if they're authorized on a 3-2 vote, they're viewed as determinations by the agency and are accorded some deference. So why the difference? If my hunch is right, so Bill, I think, maybe touched on part of why that's true, is that the influence of the courts. If you have to get to the court to persuade them, and the courts have established sort of a strong reasoned approach to antitrust that acts as something of a stabilizing effect. Maybe there's some other lessons that we can learn. First is that if you've empowered the Republicans in the minority at an agency, then the typical asymmetry that usually disfavors conservatives, say once you've created the CPFB, it's much harder to uncreate it. Here the asymmetry actually favors conservatives. So in a Republican administration, if the majority votes to close and the Democratic minority writes a dissent about why that's wrong, the matter still stays closed. Second, it raises the thought whether there might be procedural means to strengthen minority commissioners in other agencies. For example, if regulations couldn't be issued except on a unanimous vote, or to think about imposing a more commission-like structure, or where you have to, if you want to have enforcement, it has to go to court outside of Chevron deference. Third, maybe that the inefficiencies that sometimes people who are in the middle of it can plague commissions are a feature and not a bug. It may make it harder to get out a Section 2 report in the first instance, but it also makes it harder if there has been one issued to undo it, and harder in the first instance to bring bad cases. Fourth, at the same time, and maybe this is a very important lesson, when the Commission can get bipartisan consensus, it can pursue those initiatives over a long period of time. As I said, initiatives begun by Republicans have continued to feature prominently in the Obama FTC even 6 years later. That's because they're not just Republican initiatives. Democratic commissioners during the Bush administration were persuaded that these were initiatives worth pursuing, and so they're their initiatives as well. And finally, I think it means, and without meaning to sound unduly embarrassing to Commissioner Wright and Commissioner Olhausen, I think it means that at the FTC at least, Republicans should make sure that they make great appointments to those slots because they are very important. Only they may know just how ugly it gets sometimes inside the agency while the sausage is getting made. But I would say from the outside that they've done an outstanding job of keeping the agency in the last 6 years running on the rails. Thanks.
Well, Susan, thank you for that. And I'm going to, I do want to go back to Josh and Maureen, but I want to expand a little bit on, we had a little email exchange. We're talking about some of the issues that Susan raised, and I want to expand a little bit on that in a question and tee it up for the two commissioners. So as someone who spends way too much time looking at the goings-on at the Federal Communications Commission, the contrast is quite striking. Commissioner Ajit Pai's chief of staff was at a conference I was at yesterday and spoke to the lack of comity and to the partisanship at the Federal Communications Commission these days. He's noted there have been more 3-2 votes in the past 6 years than under the previous 5 chairmen taken together, and referred specifically both to the partisanship and to the lack of independence at the FCC resulting from, for example, President Obama's decision to start issuing YouTube videos instructing the commission on how to act on issues such as Title II classification. privatization of broadband services. So with all that, kind of in mind, and also noting that the president made the first appearance of a president at the Federal Trade Commission a few weeks ago since President Roosevelt in 1937. And I thought it was particularly interesting, given that it was President Roosevelt who tried to fire William Humphrey and ended up losing to his estate in court in a decision where it was quite apparent that President Roosevelt didn't really like the idea of independent agencies either. And so my question to y'all is it seems not to be like that at the FTC, and can you kind of talk about why not, or what are we missing?
Well, starting off with a little public choice theory, I think one of the important things about the FTC is we're not an industry-specific regulator. Unlike the FCC, where you've got the same parties before the agency time and time again on multiple matters. They're arguing one thing and they have a license they're trying to get before the agency. There's a whole lot going on there. Whereas at the FTC, there's a lot less of that. We have a rotating collection. We might have the pharma industry and hospitals and at previous time oil companies or grocery companies in front of us frequently, but it's not the same kind of tight relationship between the regulator and the industries. I also think Susan made an excellent point that we mainly proceed by case-by-case enforcement actions rather than rulemaking. We don't get the same kind of deference. We have to prove it up in court. So I think that's important. One of the other things that I often talk about, what's the measure of success for an agency? And Bill Kovacic is the real expert on that topic. But I often think about what is the measure of success for a non-chairman commissioner in the minority party, right? How do I figure out whether I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing? And one of the things I try to look at is, I see it as my job is to move the needle in a direction in which I can support something, we can get to a bipartisan agreement, to an area where I think we're doing the right thing for consumers. And that takes a lot of behind-the-scenes work, a lot of behind-the-scenes discussion. But fortunately, I think the FTC is very well suited to have that kind of debate. Not that it's always, lovely to behold, but I think that for me, that's what the goal should be. Dissents are important, and there are times when I've dissented. I mentioned a few today. I'm sure I will again in the future. But I think, and Josh and I had one mentioned in the Wall Street Journal today, actually, on the consumer protection side. But I think that the commission structure and our bipartisan structure allows for that kind of debate so that eventually, if we can get to a decision where there's buy-in from both sides, I think that is a better outcome for consumers, and it creates more stability for the agency.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think that those are all, I think, reasons why we look different and we act different and we produce, I think, at a higher level in terms of rate of return for consumers or achieving our mission than a number of other agencies that shall remain nameless. One of the things that I think has struck me in the sort of couple of years that I've been inside the agency, it is certainly true as enforcement actions come up that the process that Maureen describes is very real. You talk to the other offices about your concerns. You exchange drafts. It's not always a pretty process, but there is real talk about trying to get it right. And I think from what I understand it from colleagues at other agencies that may be a very unique feature. It's sad but true that it's a very unique feature, but I think it is. With respect to the role of dissent, for me, part of this is coming from an academic background. I like to write down every fleeting thought that I have and hope it gets me tenure or something, even though I have it. I don't know. But part of this is, I think, especially on the competition side at the agency, there is Susan is an example. There is an active and incredibly accomplished, really smart bar in antitrust that it is worth bringing into conversations to the extent that you can. For the same reasons we think public comment periods are good. The reason why you may want to get stuff out there is because you want people to know this is up for grabs to talk about. there is a discussion inside. I don't know all the things. So staff doesn't know all the things. Give us your views. And I think that is somewhere, I think one of the really nice things about the FTC is that when that happens, I am sure the majority is not always happy when I write. Sometimes they tell me they're not happy when I write. Sometimes it's in a mean note. But, you know, I think everybody does then engage in the conversation. People want to engage and make better policy. And I think that's a really fantastic thing about the agency. I think, sort of last small note, I do think that is not necessarily a natural course for government institutions or agencies in particular. And I think some individual credit really is owed to sort of a series of chairs, you know, from Tim and Potofsky and John, that instilled a culture in the agency that sometimes we use the shorthand of saying bipartisanship, but there is a culture where people talk to each other and try to get stuff right. And I think that it didn't have to be that way, and I think some of the individual efforts of those particular commissioners and some others over time, but having that continuity with those three in a row, I think was a pretty big deal historically.
Right, and you know, I think you're right about that, and reflects my experience, you know, while I've been there. Let me ask one more question before we turn it to the audience. I think everyone referenced the Google decision not to pursue the search neutrality issue, and I went back and just did a quick search on Christine Varney's speeches, which were referred to by Bill earlier, and one of the speeches she gave actually prior to being nominated, she talked about the fact that Google is, we're going to continually see a problem with Google. This is in June 2008, I think. Continually see a problem with Google. It's already acquired a monopoly in internet online advertising. And that with some of the rhetoric that went along with the withdrawal of the Bush Section 2 monopolization report, you know, would have suggested, if you had, and she predicted, or actually others predicted based on her speech and statements at the time, that, you know, Google better lawyer up. And they did, wisely, obviously. But I wanted to give each of you a chance to talk about, you know, going forward, what are the implications of that decision? Have we seen the high water mark of monopolization Section 2 cases in the high-tech sector in particular, where you have these you know, natural economies of scale and scope, network effects, you know, that lead to very high market shares and the potential for that kind of conduct? What's the takeaway from the Google decision in that context?
Let the commissioners.
Let the commissioners go first, and Susan wrap up.
I would say one of the takeaways, having been, you know, one of the commissioners who voted to close that investigation, is facts are stubborn things. And each case has to be taken on its facts, and we did a very thorough, exceedingly thorough investigation. And ultimately, my conclusion, and I think that was shared by my colleagues, was that Google's actions in how it did its search results was, on balance, made consumers better off. And that's the inquiry that we should be looking at, right? That kind of approach. Who are we trying to protect here? We're trying to protect consumers. We look at behavior and we say, rooted in the best, you know, factual evidence that we can get, the best economic evidence that we can get, and say, does this behavior make consumers better off? And I think that was very important to continue to have that focus. Europe continues to wrestle with the Google case. It'll be interesting to see, you know, what conclusions they draw. But I thought that was a very, very important final kind of takeaway from the Google case.
Josh?
I was recused by the time the decision came out. So normally, anytime anyone says Google in a public room, I have to like run out. And it's awkward. But my recusal ended like 6 days ago, so.
Oh, perfect.
And I have a microphone. I didn't participate in the case. I've been fortunate enough since being on the inside to see sort of some of the sort of great internal work, particularly by The Economist, that was done. And I think it's really, really impressive for starters. But let me sort of take, because I didn't participate in the case directly, the broader question about whether we think that we've seen the high watermark for Section 2 cases. I think if you look across both agencies, the variation over the last 20 years is whether you get 0 or 1. And that I think is not to belittle the 1. I bet you Google cared if they were the 1 or Microsoft or whomever. These tend to be sort of big, large scale cases, and they're very difficult to win. I think that the elephant in the room with respect to that question is Section 2 law. Section 2 law, I think, dictates. There's a speech somewhere where I think Tom Barnett was asked in response to the withdrawal of the report, well, what do you think? He sort of gracefully said, good luck to them finding a case, and we'll see. And I think what you think about whether that's too high or too low depends on what you think about Section 2 law and over deterrence and under deterrence. I think the state of the law, it's difficult for plaintiffs to win Section 2 cases. And if it's difficult because they have to prove consumer harm, and that's hard to do, that to me is a feature, not a bug of Section 2 law. But I think in terms of the number of cases, until and when and if that changes, that sort of line of cases that built, from Linkline to Trinco to Weyerhaeuser to Brook Group, so forth and so on, throw in, 9X and Credit Suisse. If and until that changes, Supreme Court settled the question of, what's required to bring and win a Section 2 case. The fact that we rarely see plaintiffs win them, I think generates some inferences about how much of this conduct is out there. But the law can change. But that's going to determine the number of cases. These agencies are rational. They want to go win their cases. Right? And if they can't get a settlement out on Section 2 allegations, sort of in Bill's tale about the Google settlement, and I have no idea the way that it played out in practice, but companies start, you're going to have to go take me to court and win a Section 2 case. Agencies are at some point going to have to either do that or largely give up their Section 2 programs. I don't think, certainly at the FTC, that we've given up on a monopolization program. People look for cases. They're difficult to find.
Yeah, I guess we didn't actually litigate to the end, but we did bring a lot of Section 2 cases during the Bush administration at the FTC. So I actually think those cases are out there. There's no question that in the United States, I think the the risk of unwarranted Section 2 cases has gone down in the last 30 years. I do worry about the trend we've seen in Europe for it to sort of set itself up as the Eastern District of Texas for antitrust claims. Which is not to say that every antitrust claim in Europe either is unfounded, but it certainly you see a lot more activity there. And unfortunately, I think playing to some of the economic populism, maybe that sort of right now with Europe sort of struggling with its sort of direction of its economy. They're involved in a broader debate too, where I think a lot of competition, people, including people on DG Comp, I think are concerned about the direction of protectionism there and how that can then impact sort of pressure on the competition agency. I did want to just mention, though, maybe also just as something else to kick off, Commissioner Wright mentioned the Part 3 authority.
Right. So
sort of as a variant on the impact that minority commissioners can have, even in the McWane case, which is Bill mentioned is an important case that went up through administrative litigation. Commissioner Wright wrote a dissent, and now the Court of Appeals, my understanding is, an awful lot of the debate, and it's a great case and interesting, and I have no position on the pros or cons of it, but a lot of it is turning around a lot of the issues that Commissioner Wright raised in his dissent. And, I think both in the Evanston case, which came up before the commission, and in Polygram. I think that that actually is a tool where the commission has had some ability, whether in the majority or in dissent, to be making arguments to the courts of appeals that help advance the sophistication of the arguments that the courts are wrestling with. And so win, lose, or draw, that it actually helps improve the law in an important way. So it's something to be thinking about.
Thank you. Well, I've got a couple more questions I can ask, but I'm just guessing that there may be people in the audience who have questions that they'd like to put up, so I'm gonna at least open the floor. Right here, sir. And state
Thank
where
you.
you're from, please.
Bob Nichols from Morrison and Forster. So you spoke about, briefly about pay-for-delay cases, and I know that's something that everyone on the commission has their eyes on. But I know in one of the recent cases, you were both dissented, I think the AbbVie case, and just given you spoke about the value that dissents can have to sort of explaining what the various options are in terms of development of the law, I didn't know if you had any comments on what your disagreement was with the decision to vote that complaint out, given that I know you've both been supportive of certain pay-for-delay cases as well.
So in AbbVie, I did not vote for the case, and I decided at that point it wasn't the time where I wanted to lay out my reasons. I've been supportive of pay for delay. Generally, I think the Supreme Court, here's a bold statement, the Supreme Court got it right in activists with the full rule of reason approach, but that's all I really want to say on that case.
Same. Generally, when we vote out cases that go into federal court, my general rule, with some exceptions, is that I don't write if I vote no and it goes into court. And so I have reasons. One day I will talk about them, but today's not that day.
Other questions from the floor? Do I see one back here? Hand trying to go up back here. Back here? We have a microphone?
Claude Martins with FTC Watch. Commissioner Olhausen and Wright, you both talked about PAEs an issue, and of course that's also a subject that's going to come up on Capitol Hill. Any thoughts on what legislation might or should look like on that issue as Congress weighs into that subject as well, and how do you strike a balance between obviously regulation, but also not harming innovation too much? So.
Well, as I mentioned, I'm definitely in favor of improving transparency. The FTC and DOJ have filed comments regarding revealing real party in interest who holds the patent, and I supported that. I'm in favor of improving patent quality. I don't think anyone is against that. But I think as Congress addresses these very important issues, and obviously a very hotly debated topic, the kind of principles we need to keep in mind are the value of intellectual property rights, the important role that it's played in the U.S. and in our innovative economy. And also, as I said, there's a lot of moving pieces in this area, to pay close attention to some of the changes that have taken place even since the last time Congress was debating bills that will have effects, like the Alice decision and the fee-shifting decision that the Supreme Court did in Highmark and Octane.
Make a fairly limited comment, which is, I think there are, lots of issues when people say, patent reform. There are, bundles of dozens of issues that that people are talking about. I think, in your question, you referenced the balance between sort of some sort of regulation and maintaining incentives to innovate. If we think about, in particular, aspects of patent reform that affect the strength of property rights, and much of that reform discussion is aimed at strength in a particular way, that is the ability of the patent holder to seek an injunction. Okay, and I think one of the things, sort of with my economist hat on now for a moment, one of the things that has been particularly problematic about the policy debate around this question is that the ratio of theory to empirics on this question is nearly infinite. And that is a problem when you are making policy decisions. And so with respect to important changes that would influence the strength of patents, and in particular the ability to seek injunctions, there's theory abound in all directions. And the way, the scientific method says we handle that is, we test hypotheses and we go to the data. This is one of the reasons I think our 6B study is sort of, a valuable and sort of good incremental step in that debate. We won't be able to answer sort of $64,000 questions if, to the extent the policy community wants to know PAE is good or bad. I mean, that's not what any good study is designed to do. But I think we'll be able to add value. But it does concern me that a lot of the patent policy debate is sort of taking place in what appears to be an empirics-free zone. And I think that's a problematic thing.
This is a bit of a non sequitur, but I did want to just mention, I guess also, the great work that the FTC has done. I think Congress gets its dollars well spent when it's funding economic analysis at the FTC, because there is so much, it is such an empirical free zone generally. I thought it was interesting in the Legion case. I think there were like 53 economists who weighed in. That's not the real number, but it was a lot. And there were a bunch pro and a bunch con, and they were all citing exactly 2 studies, and they were both done by FTC economists. That was it. I mean, so it was a unbelievable amount of theorizing on the basis of virtually no empirical studies. So.
Well, I have to say, but as an economist, here for any case with 53 economists involved, number one, and number two, here for the FTC economists where I used to work, being the sources of actual facts. We've only got a couple minutes left, but let me just, picking up on the PAE issue. So you all are seeing, the White House has been very supportive of some kind of reform, very critical of the, quote, troll problem, unquote. A lot of that has been on the basis of empirics, which go to sort of the number of cases filed. And we're kind of counting, counting the sheep across the field and not necessarily looking at them very qualitatively. In the meantime, the FTC has gotten more active in kind of going after abuses. And I guess the question is, based on what you're seeing, do you think it's fair to say that either the FTC is having an effect on patent assertion abuse, or do you think that going forward, as you look at the kinds of things the FTC is able to do you think it's likely that the FTC can have a significant effect on patent assertion abuse?
Well, certainly I think explaining that we have a tool at our disposal using unfair and deceptive acts or practices to go after these blanket assertion of patent rights that are, false and deceptive or abusive demand letters, I think was important. I think that business model has problems on its own. Actually, I think a lot of people may have tried it, and it's not clear it was that successful of a business model. But it's certainly one of the things that has fed a lot of the anxiety in this area. And I was surprised when I've gone out to talk really on the consumer protection side to advertising conferences, and that's the issue that I get asked about, or retailer conferences, and that's the issue that I get asked about. So I think making clear the FTC has a tool at its disposal now in those types of cases. I think it's a bigger issue about whether what we're doing in the patent assertion entity study, how that will play into the larger treatment of patent assertion entities.
But with respect to the first question, whether it's having an effect, I don't know. That's, we've now got a before and after period, and we could measure it and find out. And maybe that's something we'll do, and maybe that's something that the 6B data will help inform. I think that's worth doing, sort of seeing how the activity levels we're seeing have responded, not just to FTC enforcement, but sort of there's state enforcement shocks, there's changes in the law, there's sort of other things to measure where we might be able to do something useful, or one hopes. But I think the key sort of from the agency's sort of immediate horizon is exactly what Commissioner Olhausen said. We've got a tool. We know how to use our deceptive and unfair acts and practices enforcement tool. We do it well. I think in general we do it pretty carefully, and that's a tool that exists now to adjust to get at that sort of behavior. What effect that ultimately has, I don't know.
Okay. Well, we are precisely at our end time. Please join me in thanking Commissioner Maureen Olhausen, Josh Wright, Susan Creighton for a thoughtful and informative and substantive set of presentations.
Welcome to our Department of Justice panel, which is moderated by Hill Welford, who's a partner now at Morgan Lewis. Is that correct?
That's right.
And Hill was a chief of staff in the Antitrust Division. And we're joined by former Assistant Attorney General Tom Barnett, former Acting Assistant Attorney General Mark Gidley, former Assistant Attorney Jim Rill, who has been active in the antitrust bar for quite a long time and made major contributions over a long career, and Judge, former OMB deregulatory czar, and former Assistant Attorney General Doug Ginsburg. So it's a fantastic panel, and take it away, Hill.
Okay, well, I've been asked to pivot a little bit and not do larger introductions, so I'll dispense with that entirely and rely on what's in your notes there. Suffice to say, these folks have big resumes. They're also all people who write on this topic a tremendous amount. So if you are interested to see sort of the longer version of their views, each one of them has a wide list of publications. You can find that through their bios or, in Judge Ginsburg's case, all over the Federal Reporter. We're going to cover 6 topics today, so we're going to do it very, very quickly and necessarily not tremendously deep. They're going to be cartels, starting with Judge Ginsburg, then harmonization, DOJ, FTC, mergers, whether there's a new emphasis on litigation capability, something about patent rights, and end up with single firm conduct. We're going to have somebody first chair each one of these issues, let the panelists interject as they will, and rather than have one point at the end to ask for questions, if you really have a burning question, we'll see whether we can take one during each one of those topics. With that, let me turn it over to the judge for our first topic.
Hill, if you don't mind, I'm going to stand up over there because I have a problem with my neck. Okay, so the first question I'm going to address is whether anything's changed with respect to cartel enforcement during the current administration. The logical expectation would be for continuity with respect to the criminal enforcement program. As Dan Crane from Michigan explained, anti-cartel enforcement has become professional and largely independent from the governing administration's political ideology. And that's been true, I would say, since at least 1981, when the program became such a large part of the divisions, the antitrust division's work. Of course, only the antitrust division is in the criminal antitrust business. In the mid-1980s, when I was there, we had 130 grand juries working simultaneously. I would not be at all surprised if that were a larger number today. Tom, what was it in your time?
I think it was maybe 70 or 80.
Okay, so it's going to vary, but it's always going to be a lot.
There recently were 137, I was told.
Okay, so we're back up where we were. Now, the leniency policy wasn't part of the program in the mid-'80s. It came in 1993, frankly, because we hadn't thought of it. And also, I think that it's only when the sanctions were elevated by the Sentencing Commission and in practice by the courts that leniency became an attractive proposition. And it still, I shouldn't say still, it has been the most important, I think, stimulus to the success of the enforcement program ever since then. 90% of the fines imposed since 1996 can be traced to an investigation that was assisted by leniency applicants. And about 2/3 of the current investigations, most recently reported, also fit that pattern. But there have been some subtle changes in practice over the years. Current Assistant Attorney General Baer, for whom I have a great deal of respect, really a professional and exemplary in the field, reports that more companies now are now approaching the department at earlier stages of an investigation, even if they're not the first ones to report, because even later ones that come forward are getting some consideration for acceptance of responsibility when determining what sentence to recommend. And of course, acceptance of responsibility is a basis on which the courts can depart from the sentencing guidelines, or using the framework of the sentencing guidelines, can lower the sentence. As many as 4 companies in some instances have been able to benefit from coming forward. There's a related program, Amnesty Plus, for a company that's too late to qualify at all, but discloses the existence of a related or secondary cartel and its role in that. And then, I think quite appropriately, at the same time, companies that do not cooperate, that have not come forward, are being treated with greater force, and the division's more recently been charging more executives at those companies than at the others, and that it has in the past. So this is a picture of continuity and change, because it's continuity in the way in which the curve has proceeded. It's gotten ever more stringent, more cases, larger fines, longer prison sentences for individuals. Now, recently the department released its figures on the fines for 2014, which actually came to $1.86 billion, more than it had collected in the 10 years from 1990 to 99 combined. Now, it's a little curious to me that the Antitrust Division and DG Comp both brag about the amount of money that they're bringing in, because in a way it's like bragging about all the cases that they didn't discover until last year, and how important they were, and how unfortunate it is that they weren't discovered earlier. But I think it fuels a popular perception, and particularly among the legislators, that the program is worthwhile. But I think on false grounds. We really shouldn't be evaluating the efficacy and value of the criminal enforcement program on the basis of the money that it brings in. The prison sentences have risen continuously. In the mid-'80s, as AAG, I testified in front of the Sentencing Commission, seeking seeking actual prison sentences, because they were only nominal or virtual up to that time, and the Sentencing Commission obliged. And in a joint submission with Josh Wright, we've done that again with respect to the current round of Sentencing Commission proceedings with respect to white-collar crime, and of course we focused only on antitrust. But our concern was not just with fines, it was with focusing on individuals. It's the individuals who commit the offense. It's the rare situation, I think, in which a corporation is so shot through with this kind of corruption, as ADM was, that it really is a mistake to focus on penalizing shareholders and customers by fining corporations €1 billion or $1 billion, and instead of focusing more heavily on individuals. Now, the department has gotten longer prison sentences. That's all to the good. Last month, maybe it was, in December, Bert Ford at the American Antitrust Institute published a letter that he had sent to Bill Baer, urging the division to enhance its plea agreements with corporate defendants by extracting an agreement not to rehire an employee who's been sentenced to prison or probation for participating in a price-fixing conspiracy. That's a very common practice in some Asian countries, by the way, and it's far from unknown here. And also prohibiting them or getting them to agree not to pay the fine of any employee who's been convicted. I think this is an excellent idea. I've told both Bert as the author and Bill as the addressee of the letter. I think it's a step in the right direction of increasing personal sanctions and doing so without incurring the social cost of additional prison time. So the prison sentences have been getting longer continually, I think, with each administration. It was 19 months on average during the Bush administration, up from 8 months on average in the 90s. It's now as high as it's ever been. Plus, and this is really important, 63, let's say almost 2/3 of those convicted actually do get jail time. It was practically 0% in the mid-'80s. It was only 37% as recently as the 90s. So that's been a point of, again, continued movement in the same direction. Change, but really continuity as well. There's been obviously a much greater increase, a large increase in prosecutions and sentences that involve international cartels. And I think the division's focus on that is sort of an obvious step for them to be taking. They're devoting more resources to that, and I think maybe the closing of the 4 field offices has enabled them to divert more attention to some of these larger international cartels. Bill Baer recently said, quote, "Our effort has got to be on the behavior that causes the most significant consumer injuries. We're looking hard at where the problems are the biggest. That's where we're going to divert our scarce resources," close quote. So I would expect with the division focusing on those kinds of cases, we'll see still more larger fines and longer prison sentences. Have I run over time?
That's about where we should stop. So
Okay,
let me
you got it.
turn over to some of the other panelists. I should say, I mentioned there were recently, I was told there was 137 active grand juries. If you counted auto parts as one, however, and not auto parts as the radiator grand jury and the axles grand jury and the tires grand jury, et cetera, it would be closer to 80, which is basically exactly the continuity. So one of the things I wanted to ask our panelists is, there has been a shift, if you look at it, in the number prosecuted, people prosecuted outside the United States versus domestic prosecutions, and in this larger number of grand juries. Do you have any observations about what that indicates?
Sure. I would say that the one thing that's a hallmark of these mega fines, and really the fines are astonishing. I think when Jim Rill and I were in Maine Justice, I think we had the Stanley Works case, and it was like a $3 million criminal fine. We had a $28 million asset forfeiture, and we thought we had really rung the bell. This was really sending a strong message, and those amounts today sound like Dr. Evil on a deep freeze. Right after we left, the amnesty program was rolled out, and it could be that American industry got the message on antitrust a generation earlier, but if you look at the fines, I think the last American company to be above $100 million was UCAR in 1998, so 17 years ago. So almost all of the companies that are agreeing to pay the mega fines are foreign headquartered. Now, today, a lot of businesses are global, doesn't really matter. But it is interesting that it's a program that's it's extraterritorial in its targets.
Just to pick up on that slightly, I think a lot of people talk about this, but I am a believer that, you stepped up cartel enforcement in the U.S., it changes the business culture, and they were, 10, 15 years ahead of the Europeans. I'm not sure I've seen hard statistics on this, but I would guess If you looked at fines U.S. companies pay, that probably trends down. Fines Europeans trends up and then trends down. And who are paying the most fines right now? It's Asian companies. And to me, it's just a matter of, as the business culture before it's unlawful, of course you're going to fix prices. It's profitable. That's why we made it unlawful. And there's an adjustment period when the legal regime changes before the business culture changes. And that's what I think you're seeing play out.
And in many of these cases, in the home country, in the 90s and the early 00s, that country certainly didn't have a criminal antitrust law, and in many instances was just in the process of adopting some kind of domestic legislation, which has been another, I think, success story of the division and the FTC over the last 20 years, is getting countries through ICN and some other initiatives. I think before we leave criminal, I just wanted to point out 2 or 3 areas that I think are interesting, and they're a little bit below the radar screen. And if we're going to grade the Obama administration, I'll give one A. My A would be in the area of carve-outs. As the amnesty program took off and the pleas accelerated, the division had a policy of naming the carve-outs who were not part of the company. So in one instance, I think in air cargo, something like 86 individuals were publicly named. As far as I know, they all lost their jobs. They were unemployable in their industry. But the division went after criminally maybe 21, 22 of those individuals. So I think there's a substantial due process issue there. Bill Baer now has announced that the carve-outs won't be public, and I think that eliminates sort of the bill of attainder side effect of what was otherwise a really successful program. I think the second thing is a cautionary note on overcriminalization. It is possible to overcriminalize Section 1. When the cases come in, and I remember what it was like sitting in the chair, when the cases come in, sometimes the evidence is gray, and at some point that's where our trial machinery comes through. But criminalizing an information exchange or a joint venture, that's something that's deeply troubling. And so I think it's important to discriminate, for lack of a better word, or discern the difference between hardcore agreements, regular meetings and so forth, versus a mere information exchange of price, or even worse, a legitimate joint venture. And I think one thing that the current crew has done a little bit better is to re-involve policymakers in the decision-making process for charging these cases. The third and the final area that I would point out that's a little bit unusual is extradition. I'll just use the example of the treaty between the United States and the United Kingdom. That was in 2003, announced by Attorney General John Ashcroft, and it was portrayed as a treaty that would fast-track terrorists and drug dealers between the two countries that were apprehended in one country and shoot them back over to wherever the charges were pending. To my knowledge, today, under that treaty, we've not had one terrorist sent by the United Kingdom to the United States, but we've had 2 attempted antitrust extraditions. And while I think there's no one who would say, oh, we want to mollycoddle price fixers, we will see a day when international business people are traveling, and it's an American that's trapped, and the precedents that we set for business ought to be ones that we're very, very careful about. So our norms about what free speech or what a search engine can do are very different even than what our European colleagues would treat that conduct. So the 2014 extradition that the division just did was an Italian national caught in Germany. So the Germans didn't much care. It's an Italian national. He's passing through. We just grabbed him at Frankfurt Airport and then send him off to the United States. My cautionary note is, I think with the mega fines and with the fact that anyone who's under the radar target of the Antitrust Division can't travel, probably not even out of their own home country, certainly can't travel to the United States, the additional incremental deterrence of antitrust extraditions ought to lead that to be an extreme remedy that's really reserved not for small bit players, but for a really strong, hardcore cartel.
I think that the central message here in the cartel enforcement area has been one of continuity and expansion, certainly since the leniency program was put into effect in 1993. And I think that Mark and I were always very irritated that the idea didn't occur to us somewhat before that. And I've never let Gary Spratling forget that he didn't bring that up, because I remember the corpus delicti in one of my cases was, I think, a piece of antique furniture sold in Philadelphia on an auction knockoff. And now we're talking about major cases, and I think that really did start with the expansion of the leniency program in 1993 and the legislation that was passed under the watch of Hugh Pate, which increased the criminal fines substantially, but at the same time expanded the leniency program to include private action relief as well. And I think that's a major factor. On the subject of extradition, I think that is something to be careful to watch, and I can imagine what the reaction in the U.S. would be of an extradition complaint from, say, Taiwan or someplace like that. There has been, as Mark indicated, the one extradition case that hasn't occurred, but prior to that, there were two more, one on obstruction of justice in 2010 and another for defrauding the U.S. in 2014. So I expect we're going to see somewhat more of that, and I think the cautionary point is very well taken. On the foreign conduct issue, very interesting, the Department of Justice brief in the Motorola case, AO Electronics. The Department of Justice indicated in its amicus brief that the FTAIA, the Foreign Trade Improvements Act, did not permit Motorola's lawsuit. However, they wanted to be extremely careful to note that because they'd gotten a conviction in optometrics, that nevertheless the offense was direct, substantial, and reasonably foreseeable, and therefore subject to criminal prosecution by the Department of Justice, even though, according to the Justice Department, Motorola did not have the appropriate position under Illinois BRIC to be the one that brings the lawsuit. That's something we can perhaps talk more about in the international panel to follow. I think that's a very interesting point and raises the question as to the future viability of the FTAIA. But I think by the way, it's 26 years is now the average sentence. Months, excuse me, not years. 26 months is now the average criminal sentence in Sherman Act cases.
So let's,
Bill, may I add just one
go ahead.
comment about something Mark said? And I agree with what you said. But in the EU, it's not just the lack of criminal sanctions. There's no personal liability at all. I mean, it's only corporate. And that strikes me as
At the commission level.
At the commission, yes, at the EU level. There are a few countries in which, and of course, it's criminal in Ireland and the UK, and there may be civil liability in some other member states, I'm not sure. But in most of them, there is not, and at the EU level, there is not. So I think it's an even greater gap than you portrayed.
Mm-hmm. So we've managed to blow right through our time things on the very first item, but that is the cartels. I think everyone would agree is one of the most important. Let me turn again to the judge for harmonization with the FTC. We heard this a little bit on the last panel.
Well, I'll try to avoid, but some repetition may sneak in. Harmonization here can be thought of as harmonization in the practices of our two agencies, or harmonization between our two agencies and those of our principal overseas analogs, especially DG Comp. As between the two agencies, over the years, the clearance process has been the source of probably what friction there's been on a continuing basis. And that was smoothed over for some while there was an agreement in effect between the agencies. As I recall, the average time for clearance dropped from several weeks to 2 days, which I thought was a pretty good development, but apparently forces on the Hill were not as pleased about that. But really, it's quite obvious that having a schedule of SIC codes, which tells everyone where they're going, makes a lot of sense. And That's not the way we're operating now. So what happens? There are no standards. The two agencies, the agency heads have to confer on which agency has a better claim to a novel or hybrid situation, merger case that's come along. And that process is time-consuming and occasionally breaks down and to the embarrassment of everyone concerned. Now, the major thing on the agenda today is the so-called Smarter Act, which is an attempt to harmonize or homogenize, if you will, the procedures used by the two agencies. Most prominently I would say, in requiring the FTC to meet the ordinary standard for obtaining a preliminary injunction, rather than the somewhat lower standards set forth in 13B. Now, I should hasten to point out that whether it's actually a lower standard in practice is disputed. I mean, Debbie Feinstein, for instance, has said that it really doesn't have a practical difference, and I haven't looked into it enough to know the answer to that. But on its face, it seems to be a less demanding standard because the FTC does not have to show that there will be irreparable harm, presumably to the public interest, that would occur if the PI is not issued. So the Smarter Act would change that standard, make it uniform for the two agencies, like any other plaintiff going into federal court, and like the Department of Justice, they would have to meet the ordinary criteria. On a more ambitious level, of course, the Smarter Act would basically abolish Part 3 proceedings, at least for mergers. I'm not sure about beyond that, so that we would no longer have a situation in which the commission goes into court, either gets or fails to get a PI, it doesn't matter, and then opens administrative proceedings under Part 3, which is effectively the death knell for a transaction. Very few transactions could withstand the time required and do withstand the time required to complete that process, and then most likely have to go to court after all of that. Now, I have no idea of the odds of any of this passing, but that it's seemingly given some serious consideration is a big change from where we were a few years ago. I think even if it were to pass the Congress, in this administration, the president would veto it, and I doubt it could be overridden. On the other hand, that's not unusual in the evolution of major legislation, that it might, as it did in the previous Congress, get a hearing, maybe in this Congress a vote and a veto, and then the next Congress still have some vitality. Now, there have been some more modest efforts at harmonization during the current administration, particularly the collaboration on the 2010 horizontal merger guidelines. It may have been a peculiarly a unique moment in which the two agencies' chief economists were brothers in arms, Joe Farrell and Carl Shapiro, both coming from Berkeley, co-authored several articles, agreed on the important points, and made quick work of the horizontal merger guidelines being revised in 2010 without any visible friction between the agencies. Bill Kovacic has referred to that as perhaps indeed owing to their partnership and not something that one could expect to occur on a continuing basis. On the substantive front, if there's been harmonization, it's been perhaps at the expense of sound policy. I refer to the Commission first declining to endorse the Section 2 report issued by the Department under President Bush in September of 2008, and then the Department in 2009 withdrawing the report altogether. which moved the department, of course, closer to the commission's position, at least rhetorically, a greater willingness to consider and pursue Section 2 cases, which Bill talked about in his Bill Kovacic talked about in his opening remarks. The administration, the department set off with Assistant Attorney General Varney having all guns blazing, quote, "The clearest way to let everyone know that the Antitrust Division will be aggressively pursuing cases where monopolists try to use their dominance in the marketplace to stifle competition and harm consumers was," close quote, was by withdrawing the report. But as Bill pointed out, that has not led to any significant developments in terms of Section 2 cases. The one that was brought, the healthcare case, which it was quickly settled, and as Dan Crane said about it, it would have, quote, "fit comfortably within the Bush administration's monopolization report that the Obama administration had jettisoned," close quote. So a lot of sound and fury, but signifying very little, if anything, at all. Do I have a minute on international? Hill?
Go ahead.
Okay. The division, again, somewhat like the cartel program, the division has consistently sought greater coordination with foreign antitrust agencies, particularly, of course, with DG Comp, but has, throughout every administration, increased the portfolio of bilateral agreements with a variety of countries, most recently India and China. It was a rather interesting article that just looked at the number of references to cooperation with the EU in agency reports, and that remained stable during the Bush and Obama administrations. So again, because everyone has been dedicated to avoiding the kind of disaster, real disaster that occurred in 2001, I think it was, with the GE Honeywell case, which created very bad feeling for quite a while. There was one slippage, of course, since then, and that was in the instance in which DG Comp issued its statement of objections after the Antitrust Division had cleared the Oracle Sun transaction in 2009. That led to a relationship for a while that was described as rather acrimonious, but I think we're well past that by now. I've heard different accounts as to whether the agencies in this country and DG Comp are on the phone with each other every week or every day. Whichever it is, it's very frequent, and everyone wants to avoid these problems. There's been really good coordination on some obvious things like dawn raids, where one slip and everyone suffers, but also on sharing of confidential business information, obtaining releases to do that. The 2011 update of the best practices on cooperation and merger investigations, which replaced a less robust previous agreement. And as I mentioned, the cooperation agreements now with India and China. Typically, convergence on substance has meant over time that Europe, that DG Comp in particular, came around on some issues of which we had been at loggerheads previously. Indeed, in 2004, having lost Air Tours and 2 or 3 other merger cases, there was an internal reorganization at DG Comp, which gave the economists a substantially greater voice, and that in itself, I think, led to a greater probability of similar outcomes in the 2 countries. Now, whether that's going to persist with the new commissioner, of course, is hard to say. But it was I think significant that Almunia tried to reach an agreement with Google rather than press the matter further than he had. And I think that must reflect, and this is speculation on my part, but I think it must reflect the influence of the economists within DG Comp, because as a litigating matter, it would not probably have been difficult for the commission to have obtained more relief in the European courts. But unlike our situation, the Commissioner for Competition is, Director of the DG Comp, is one of a collegium of 28 politicians, all of whom have the ultimate voice in the ultimate decision, and he was unable to make that settlement stick. So it's anybody's guess now whether with the new Director General it'll be possible for the economists to have the same influence, at least on that case, that they seem to have had in recent years, as they do in the United States.
And Hill, maybe just a point of a practitioner viewpoint on the level playing field on the injunction standard, and Tom may have some views on this too. But from my perspective, my perception is that parties with mergers do believe that the standard, the perception is that the standard is lower for the FTC. And I think even the FTC staff think it's the lower standard. So it could be perception becomes reality in the conference room. I think second, interestingly, if we had the same verbal formula, or the courts made it clear, maybe in the DC circuit, that the language was the same across the board, regardless, that the standard was the same, I think the FTC would still win its good cases. They have a 6 to 9 month, advance ability to put people under oath compared to the merging parties. So I think the strong cases would survive. The Part 3 thing for a merger with publicly traded companies, I did the first fast track litigation in Part 3, and it was a year, and the ALJ was a prince, and we worked really hard, but it was a year, and publicly traded companies can't do that. So I think in terms of transparency, which when Jim and I were in the building, the word transparent was a bad thing. If you were transparent, then your motives were obvious. But today, in 2014 or 2015,
Speak for yourself.
We're supposed to be transparent, and transparent's a good thing in government. But we really have a division of labor between the division and the FTC that's not completely transparent. Maybe 99% of the time the parties can guess which agency will do it, but there's still gray areas.
I think that the standards probably are somewhat different. I think one fair reading of Whole Foods, and particularly the Heinz baby food case, would indicate there's a different standard. I want to put out a cautionary note, though, to be careful with how far one might want to go with the Smarter Act. It is one thing to establish the same standards for preliminary injunction. To divest the commission entirely of Part 3 litigation opportunities in merger cases, I think, is a massive step, and one wonders how that would apply, for example, in closed transactions, and what that would do to the commission's program in a lot of hospital cases which involve closed transactions. Secondly, it seems to me that the commission's decisions in Part 3 merger cases have been generally very well reasoned, and perhaps add something to the substance of merger law, recognizing the downside of the delay problem. There are these cases that are litigated before the commission. So I think one needs to be careful. What's happened is, of course, there's a new Congress, there has to be a new bill. There's not a new bill yet. One should come forward soon. I think something is likely to happen in Congress. I don't have a very good political ball, but I think with the Republicans taking over the Senate, something is likely to happen. And I think one needs to be careful as to how far that might reach. I would endorse what Commissioner Olhausen said earlier, that it would be a very good thing for the let's call it the Petoskey-Bear Protocol to be reinstituted formally by the Commission. On the Section 2 report, I think that I would give very poor grades to the Department of Justice for the way it reacted to the Section 2 report. I think the Section 2 report, and I say this, maybe Tom can't say anything, but I think it was better to have done it than not to have done it. I think one could argue with the sort of balancing apportionment conclusion at the end. Nothing is perfect in that area, but the amount of research and the amount of thought that went into that Section 2 report makes it, I think, a very, very valuable document without necessarily one having to buy off on the final bottom line conclusion as to how the standard ought to be. And I think the almost ad hominem withdrawal of that report by the department was a mistake. And I think the The fact of the cases, the lack of cases going forward again underscores not the will, but the difficulty and extreme issues in trying to find the right case. In the current administration, there was one case. Back in our day, we had one case, which is an offshoot of a merger case, actually, that had a Section 2 element in it.
Which one was that?
Reliance Electric.
Yeah, I guess, oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine.
A couple of comments on the topics. On Section 2, I'll make two comments. One, the vast majority or the large majority of the report was really written by the career staffs of both agencies. And, I don't know whether it's correct to say it, but my understanding is both staffs, supported all of that. So the reaction, it is what it is, but I do think there was a failure to adequately appreciate a lot of very valuable summary of what has gone on out there and the issues. But with respect to withdrawal, my comment at the time, I told the folks at the time, is okay, fine. The whole point of the report was this area of the law is very uncertain. It's helpful to the economy, to the business community, to have some guidance as to what the standards are. So tell us what your criteria are. And we're still waiting. Admittedly, it's a hard thing to do, so that's my comment on that front. On the harmonization between the agencies, I guess I will say, the difference in the legal standard is not new. That's been there for a long time. So why is it now suddenly an issue? In my view, it's an issue because of some particular individuals who decided to try and take advantage of that in a particular case, and I'll be specific, that was in the short term a wise thing to do, but I thought at the time an unwise thing to do in the longer term. You go back during the Clinton administration, the early Bush administration, the folks at the FTC were all saying what Debbie is saying now. There's not really a difference. They were downplaying that as a practical matter. And I always thought that was a smarter thing to do. Then you get the Whole Foods case, and there's some folks who pushed for and got the commission to issue a brief and some public statements saying it really is a lower standard. And that opens up the issue of you go up on the Hill and you say, why, depending on the flip of a coin, should I as a company face the prospect of this lower standard? It can be outcome determinative because I get the PI, then I go to Part 3, as Mark says, publicly traded company, you kill the deal with the process, whereas the DOJ, if you're over there, they have to go to court to deal with all of this and they have a higher standard for a PI. That just doesn't seem right. And so it's not surprising to me that you might get some traction on that up on the Hill, and I think it's a direct consequence of what happened then. Last observation, I guess I agree with you, Jim, that if you got rid of Part 3 authority for the FTC, that'd be a very big deal. It's a little hard for me to say it would be a catastrophe. I mean, given that
I didn't quite say catastrophe.
Well, there was an implication that, be very careful. I mean,
Be
the
very
DOJ,
careful,
the
right.
Antitrust Division, and I'm biased, seems to do fine without Part 3 hearings in terms of merger enforcement. So I don't know that it'd be the end of the world. I'm not advocating getting rid of it. I'm just noting that I think, the federal courts can handle some of these things as well.
Let me turn to the next two topics, mergers and litigation capability, have bled a little bit together here. So why don't we see if we can get back on track and do them together. On mergers, Tom, there has been a lot of media coverage about whether the Obama administration will be more aggressive or, to quote, be more regulatory than its predecessor, and I think that might be a good place to start.
Sure. I'll try and be concise here. There's several topics that I think come up. I mean, first, are they challenging mergers that would not have been challenged before? I'll start by saying, and I really do believe this, unless you are there and can see the evidence that's been developed in the record, it is very hard to know from the outside what decision you might or might not have made. Having said that, I will say I personally have not seen what I think is a dramatic shift in cases that were challenged that I don't think would be challenged before. I think I see largely continuity. Are there, particular aspects of it. There was a fairly aggressive theory in the challenge against the U.S. Airways American Airlines merger. I'll personally, would I have brought that? I don't know. But it struck me as an aggressive theory. But overall, would there have been a challenge of some sort there? It seems very plausible to me. So I see mostly continuity on that front. There is the issue of sort of when you sue that has been brought up. And I've not had this happen to me directly, so I, say it with a grain of salt, but there are certainly reports that, the thing that became public was like when AT&T T-Mobile got sued. I say this as a complete outsider. I think the chairman of AT&T had been testifying on the Hill like that morning, saying something along the lines that suggested they were still in negotiations, and there was a complaint filed within 24 hours. It would suggest that there was some failure to communicate there. Now, that may have been the parties not hearing what was being told to them, but there is some sense that there may be a greater willingness to go ahead and sue and then settle. You can debate both sides of that. My own view would be it's efficient, prudent, and only fair to give parties a clear understanding of the fact that you intend to challenge and give them an opportunity to resolve it short of litigation, but that's my view. Then there's litigation capability. Do we have the ability to actually litigate the case? This has been an issue that the division has, I'll say wrestled with at times. From what I understand, certainly going back to Doug's time, the number of antitrust cases that are litigated in this day and age is a small fraction of what was litigated in the 60s. It's just the fact of life. So that presents a dilemma. How do you develop the experience and expertise to actually litigate cases? And there have been a combination of things tried. I don't think that there is a difference in desire in terms of, we want to be able to litigate cases. I think it's the same. I will say my perception is that this, with Bill Baer and his predecessors and all, they brought in the, litigation deputy, Mark Ryan, I hear very good things about. There's a real focus early on in the investigation, although we tried to do the same thing, of thinking ahead to if we have to litigate this, are we doing the things now so that we'll be ready to do it? And bringing in people from the outside is in appropriate cases, which is something we did as well. But, and obviously they've had a number of cases to litigate, which helps on this front. So I wouldn't call it necessarily a different focus, but I give them high marks. I think they've done a pretty good job of, if you will, building and maintaining the litigation capability of the division.
Go ahead.
Tom, I didn't realize you had brought in outside counsel in some of these cases, and of course, the current administration has, as you said, and I think Ann Bingaman did before you. And I wonder whether you could observe a just sort of demoralizing effect on the staff unless there's some peculiar expertise other than litigation itself, some substantive expertise. I would think it would have a deleterious effect.
Well, if I can be somewhat lighthearted, I'll say you didn't know I did that because everyone assumed I would never sue. So that would could escape your attention. No, that is actually one of the biggest issues. There are legal, ethical issues in terms of bringing in somebody and how you do it. But you're absolutely right. We're very focused on that. And I actually brought in people in two different capacities. One is somebody who would not litigate, but who would be a consultant behind the scenes, which I think mitigates that issue a little bit. But the other is, and I assume it's fairly public, there was a deal where I brought in a former assistant attorney general, head of the division, to litigate the case if we had to litigate it. And I will say the staff were very nervous, and there was anxiety about this whole issue. The individual involved, though, and I sat down and we had a discussion about, look, this is one of your challenges, is you need to address this issue. he did an outstanding job. By the time we were done, we ended up not having to litigate because they walked away from the deal. The staff came to me and just said, multiple people spontaneously say, look, the best thing you did was to bring him in. He was terrific. Because the way he handled it, there was no ego involved, and he empowered staff people to do things and to take the lead on discrete issues and all that. So they were actually thrilled by the end of the result, but they were very nervous going in. If the person didn't handle it the right way, I think it could be a serious problem.
I think there is a bit of a morale hit, and I think it's been superior, and maybe this is another A I would give this administration. I think if you look at the combination of Bill Baer, Dave Gelfand, and then Mark Ryan, you've got a tremendous, decades of litigation expertise. And I think a little bit, this is a strained metaphor, but it's a little bit like a special prosecutor. When you have a single case litigator, I think that, that's the alpha and omega of that person's existence. And I always think getting very talented people to come in, and then they're looking at, across the board at the cases and really helping the AAG make the, go, no go on the litigation, as well as implement the litigation and supervise and lend expertise. I think that's superior. So I think that's something where particularly Bill Baer has really brought something to the table that I think is useful and is maybe a better approach than the more experimental sort of Ann Bingaman approach. And Ann, she gets the credit for the leniency program and a lot of other great innovations that we talked about, the honors paralegal. But I thought there was a little bit too much of bringing in the outside litigator. It's better if you're going to bring people in, bring them in, full-time job, and have them with a portfolio of cases, and then you get their up or down decisions, on a variety of investigations. I think that's just better, and it probably cuts down on the single case kind of special prosecutor issue.
I was wondering, in connection with mergers, just to switch to another area, whether or not there's a trend, or at least a higher incidence of regulatory type solutions, conduct type solutions in merger cases under the let's call it the Obama administration. It's hard for me to say because I haven't been involved in any of these cases, but one wants to look at the settlements in Ticketmaster, Live Nation, Comcast, GE, and Google ITA Software, and consider the extent to which those have shown a fairly supervisory role for the division, a regulatory aspect to it. I wonder if that's something newer. I know that, of course, this was something that was fairly not common, but as a mark of the Bingham administration, for example, in British Telecom, where there were fairly regulatory decrees entered. And there's a possibility there that there's a greater willingness, rather than go for pure structural relief, but to look for a regulatory solution, which one wonders how well the department's going to be able to put the resources into solving those issues that are contained in those decrees.
Phil, may I comment on that? Jim, I think your point is very well taken. I'm not sure whether it's more likely to happen in this administration than in the past, but the deleterious effect of these supervisory decrees was most manifest in the AT&T modification of final judgment. It wasn't the department's doing. It was Judge Green who put the waiver provision in, insisted on it. Both the company and the department said, okay, it makes sense. Judge Green said, this case came about because of a change in technology after 70 years of twisted wire copper. And that may happen again, so we just shouldn't put this decree in here for all time, put a waiver provision in if somebody can show that it won't have the untoward effect of cross-subsidy and so on. And the company, the AT&T subsidiaries were animated on 1/1/84, and before that month was out, the department had, I believe, 19 waiver requests. And we had a staff of about 6 lawyers who did nothing but serve as a mini FCC advising the court, at the court's request, or order, I should say, to evaluate these various waivers. It enmeshed us in things where we had no business being. It was a virus in the body of the department. And I strove to get the whole thing lifted and put in the FCC, which eventually happened. It wasn't my doing. the Congress finally did it.
Congress did in the
Yeah,
Telecom
well,
Act, yeah.
I was seeking congressional way to do that, but it finally came about, was it in 96?
96 Telecom Act.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, that lesson, if that's been lost on the department, it's a great a real shame, because it just misshapes the mission of the division.
Well, I don't think any one of the four of us who've sat in this chair at the table has had, other than a vast expansion of Aspen out of the ASCAP decree and the modification and attempt to administer the ASCAP decree, which is a highly regulatory decree.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, look, you go back to the division which reissued the remedies guideline in 2011, I think it was, and having been tipped off by Hill that we might discuss that, I have an excerpt from it. I do think there was a change in tone, I mean, and it was conscious. They, talk about in horizontal merger matters, structural remedies often effectively preserve competition. Structural remedies may be appropriate, but conduct remedies often can effectively address anti-competitive issues. I think that's a different tone than what I've heard before. And you look at, you mentioned the Ticketmaster of the Live Nation, you look at the NBCU Comcast transaction, obviously done with the FCC as well, but that is a highly regulatory regime, and with the caveat I have, interest in it. There's certainly a debate about how effective some of those remedies have or have not been. My own sense, and I could be wrong, is there was a change in tone, but I don't think you're going to see a major shift towards structural or behavioral remedies. I think Bill is probably less inclined, perhaps, than his predecessors to go down that road. I do think the change that I might have seen is there may be some convergence with the FTC a little bit on the division being more likely to want a buyer up front, or whatever term you want to use, in order to ensure that they're going to get an effective remedy, which I think I've seen some instances of that, and I can certainly understand why.
And
The phrase "fix it first" seems to have been lost in the mists of history.
Fix it first,
Yeah,
yes,
that was
that's
Baxter's
true.
mantra.
Yes.
DOJ actually has reconstituted a compliance department for the first time in many, many years, duplicating what the FTC long has had. And they came out with a policy statement, although it was a staff-level policy statement, saying that they will now increasingly use compliance monitors that are paid for by the merging parties. So I too have some doubts about whether the more regulatory or / conduct relief is a good way to go, but I will give the division credit for deciding if they're going to do it, they're going to do it right and have an actual compliance group. The FTC has found this to be true. I think you'll see nodding from Commissioner Oldhausen. If you're going to have a decree that needs compliance monitoring, you've got to have people that's their job, number one, because otherwise somebody who's part of the regular staff and wants to go get a new case is just not going to devote the time to it. So if they're going to do it, they at least are doing it correctly, so I would make that observation.
Yeah, I would echo that. I think that as a practitioner on the outside, after leaving DOJ, the FTC's compliance unit is definitely a best practice. So I think it's kind of an overdue thing for Justice to adopt a parallel mechanism to have people whose job it is to deal with compliance issues.
Mm-hmm. Let me turn now to certainly a place that is rather regulatory, at least in theory, which is, I'll turn to Mark to first chair these, patent rights and other policy issues. Those have been perhaps the number one thing in the news, so let's close on that.
I'll just kick it off with a few provocative comments. I actually believe in patents, and sometimes it's not popular at antitrust gatherings. And by the way, since I'm about to be more provocative, I should read the disclaimer drafted for me. My remarks today are for academic purposes only, and my comments do not reflect those of White & Case's clients, and they drafted this for me, or possibly even my own. But this is what I believe at 12:15. So a patent is a bundle of rights, and the most important patent right is to exclude competitors in return for disclosing that invention. And all of humankind gets the invention disclosed rather than being a trade secret. And the founding fathers even put that in the Constitution, the Sherman Act. It's a newfangled 1890 invention. So as we move in more and more to an ideas economy, patents are obviously critical. And sort of my first observation would be that within, scope of the patent is now, we're not supposed to say that, but within the four corners of a patent, Independent Ink gets it right that whatever that patent monopoly is, that's not a monopoly that's part of the antitrust laws. And I think that there are some well-intentioned nibblings and maybe even bites that are being taken by antitrust enforcement officials that reduce the value of patents. And when you do that, you reduce the promotion of innovation. The Section 2 report, which is very much treatise-like. You can see that there was a lot of staff economics input and hearings and so forth, a lot of thought. There's a nice passage in there of what a patent is and how should Section 2 look at patents. And there's a theory, there's two things you hear a lot. One is that the antitrust laws and the patent laws are basically the same. That, here's a quote from the 2007 guidelines. Over the past decades, antitrust enforcers and courts have come to recognize that intellectual property laws and antitrust laws share the same fundamental goal of enhancing consumer welfare and promoting innovation. That's fine. And this appears, this is a saw that appears, regardless of an administration, in every speech on IP given by an antitrust official. But I think that's a little bit like saying, world peace was an objective both of the Soviet Union and the United States. We had different means in the 1950s for achieving global peace. We may have had the same goal.
Miss Universe, too.
That's right. So I think this idea that patents are just property and we can do anything we want with patents as antitrust lawyers, to me is wrongheaded and reduces the incentives for innovation. Two things I'll note and then maybe throw it open to the panel. One is the Department of Justice has just put out a policy statement with the PTO. It's the first ever joint statement. It's interesting. We read it. I'll give you one quote to save you time. At page 9 appears the statement, although as described above, an exclusion order for infringement of FRAND encumbered patents is essential to a standard may be appropriate in some circumstances. We depending on the facts of the individual case, the public interest may preclude the issuance of an exclusion order. So the long story, there's about a 7-line quote that says it depends. So it's nice to have the policy statement, but you can read it several times and not get a lot of guidance from it. I think one area, and this is where the judge has written, and I commend everyone to the antitrust source article written in 2014, the idea of antitrust liability for injunctions brought by patent holders. To me, going to court has very strong First Amendment right to petition, California motor transport, nor Pennington protection, period, pins down. And I think reducing that and in the standard setting context where there are contractual rights and the ability to bring damages actions, I think adding the 900-pound antitrust gorilla is something that really is unnecessary. And the antitrust source article is really quite articulate on that, I thought.
I think one thing, Mark, is that looking at the DOJ PTO joint statement to the ITC, that actually was a step more towards patent rights than perhaps some of the earlier speeches by Fiona. So by saying that in certain circumstances, an injunction, even in a FRAND-encumbered patent situation, is appropriate, was, I think, quite a step for the department to make, and one that really hasn't been echoed overseas or by the proponents of a current IEEE business review letter that's pending before the department right now.
It's a step forward, I'll give you that.
Let me ask, there's an interesting current heading in what appear to some observers to be opposite directions, which is you've got the agencies running on what it could be described, has been described by some as an anti-patent direction. At the same time, you've got the American Invents Act and the president out promoting American invention, saying that this act was a great thing, and then recently in China seeming to actually raise the issue of industrial policy being used against U.S. patent holders. Is there a disconnect between the administration and his own enforcement, or am I missing something?
Well, the one thing I would observe is, and the first panel talked about this too, not only is the United States a very big country, maybe the last superpower, but in antitrust, we've been doing this now for 125 years. And we have very simple statutes that require a tremendous amount of policy thinking and a tremendous amount of judicial construction. And I think one reason why American policy is so important in the area of patents or anything else in antitrust is we set the standard that the rest of the world will then throw back in our face. So that's why I think it's so important to be careful and to be pushing patent rights maybe a little bit stronger than we see lately.
No one has raised their hand through this, so let me empower you to do so if you wish to ask some questions. Yes.
Tad Lipsky, Latham & Watkins. A couple of things just very quickly. First of all, I was really struck by the comments about the creation of a compliance office. I've looked at that problem throughout my career through the other end of the telescope. When Bill Baxter arrived, he abolished the compliance section of the Antitrust Division. He thought about it a lot. He had long experience looking at little enforcement fiefdoms moving in no particular beneficial direction that had emerged and persisted in the division over decades. The Armour meatpacking decree was still being enforced. The Paramount decrees, the ASCAP BMI, and he saw the great danger in having a case litigated when careful thought had not been applied to the question of remedy and how to have a resolvable outcome to the case within a finite period of time, within 21 years of the end of a life in being, you might say. And the way he used to put it is a problem with the compliance section. It gives you litigators in the litigation sections that everybody wants to catch them, but nobody wants to clean them, is the way he used to put that. So,
can I just quickly say one thing, Tad, that I forgot to give the department, I think, a big A+ for its recent termination of old decrees.
Yes.
For that very reason. And I think that was a major procedural step that Bill and his team took.
Let me shift back to cartels very quickly. I wanted to create what might be a misimpression. In fact, the Antitrust Division has had a leniency program since the tenure of John Shenefield. It was a very weak and not well pursued leniency program, but I think John Shenefield or somebody around that time had the idea. It came up as to whether it could be strengthened during Baxter's tenure, but it was not really pursued aggressively. You may recall, remember Roadrunners? There were dozens of grand juries pending for asphalt contractors around the country helping to build the interstate highway system. It gave rise to a tremendous amount of criminal activity, although at a much lower kind of level of significance in some aggregate sense. So the division was not looking for cartel work at that time because everybody was busy with Roadrunners. But the question I wanted to pose related to cartels, it seems to me there ought to be concern about what Judge Posner has called the cluster bomb of antitrust remedies. Isn't there some concern that the ever-escalating list of bad things that can happen to people who fix prices creates some risk to that the innocent accused will really not be protected? Milton Handler pointed out this problem many years ago. This is even back in the 70s before there were 10-year jail sentences, even before Sherman Act violations were a felony. That if you have someone with a very marginal involvement or a debatable involvement, and you say the consequences of your failing to establish before the court through what could be a years-long and very expensive proceeding, that you in fact were innocent, it's a bet the company consequence. It forces many litigants who otherwise should and would have been entitled to defend themselves just to cave in. So I just wanted to see if there's any comment on how has the current division been dealing with that possibility, if at all?
Well, I'll jump right in and say, look, defending these cases is expensive and difficult, and some of the guilty pleas are frankly from crushing people who don't have the resources to fight. The amnesty program is a wonderful thing for rooting out evil and for creating mega penalties for conduct that, if it's core price-fixing conduct, nobody on this panel is going to defend. The problem is if you get attenuated amnesty reports, there's the moral hazard of an amnesty program that I, as a competitor, will get myself, all my executives, and my entire company will be completely immunized, and in a, let's say, a 4-company industry, I can nuke the other 3 companies. I know even if the division doesn't go to trial, they may be dealing with civil suits and certainly criminal suits for the next 3 years. So it's a smart thing as an attorney to take gray, conduct and bring it in and get that amnesty. But if the division isn't careful and very discerning of whether or not there's real evidence beyond what's sketched out in a conference room, it's a thermonuclear event for a company. And I think it's part of my point on extradition. You just don't need to go that final step. So there's a moral hazard. And, in the trials that I've seen, and, one of which is reported in the F-2, the federal judge went through 6 division witnesses and labeled each one basically a non-credible witness and described how information exchanges and legitimate joint ventures have been sinisterized in a conference room. So I think with great power comes great responsibility, and I think that's why it's important for the division in anything that's borderline to have, really, think through the evidence and the consequences.
It seems to me that everything Tad said and that you've said, Mark, has nothing specific to antitrust in it. It's true across the board, especially because of the high penalties that we tend to have for crimes in general, and we depend upon the standard of proof and prosecutorial judgment to avoid injustices of the kind you're concerned
I
about,
think
and
that's-
usually we do.
That's right, and, but I also, look, I mean, that incentive is going to be there. There are people who can or won't fight. But I will tell you, when I was there were people who came in with, requesting markers, leniency applicants. We looked at it and we said, you know what? This isn't a crime. We're not going to prosecute for you, but it's not a crime. You don't get leniency. And I will also tell you, I can't tell you a particular matter, we recently had a matter where there was a leniency applicant. We were representing somebody else and we convinced the department it wasn't a crime, and they closed the investigation. So I think they are sensitive to the issue, just as Judge Ginsburg is saying, but I agree with you, it is important to be sensitive to it, I think, but I think I give them reasonable marks for being aware of it.
And maybe the only thing I would say is that, these thermonuclear weapons are pointed at activity that could be pro-competitive. So I think it's the one set of prosecutors that deal with the free market process. That's a little bit different to me versus, narcotics traffickers. I was in the room, but I wasn't running the 15-kilo process. To me, if you're a borderline, 9-kilo guy or 2-kilo guy, it's not the same thing as I was doing something that was a legitimate joint venture, and then it was sinisterized, and now, the roof is falling in on me.
I will just note on that, I'm actually more concerned outside the U.S. on this front, because I think the U.S. does a better job, or tries to do a better job of a point you made earlier, of limiting the severe penalties to hardcore cartel behavior. The definition, even in Europe, of what is a cartel is looser, and you get into some other jurisdictions, but they still have very high penalties, and I think that, in terms of deterring potentially beneficial conduct, that's a real issue.
Particularly information exchanges.
Particularly, I completely agree.
Okay, well, we're at 12:30, so why don't we go ahead and break, and you can bird dog these folks as they go out if you have other questions. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Our last panel, prior to my concluding remarks, is on international antitrust developments, be moderated by Bilal Sayed of Kirkland & Ellis, featuring Damien Girardin, professor, law professor. Edge, he started up a new firm, Edge. Professor at George Mason Law School, and has been professor in Europe. We also have Tad Lipsky of Latham and Jim Rilligan. And Bilal can, and by popular demand, I should say.
That's really enthusiastic.
By popular demand, we have to have the father of international antitrust here to give his fatherly advice. Bilal?
Okay, so I'll take maybe 1 minute. Alden's introduced everybody. I'll take 1 minute maybe to just set the stage slightly, right? I mean, I think we're going to do something just because we're talking about international issues. It'll be slightly different than the two previous panels. I think we want to talk about is whether we see continuity between the Obama administration and earlier administrations, where we don't, and what the effect of that is. We'll touch on other maybe narrower topics, but I think as everyone heard this morning, there's a sense, at least among some people, that in particular the FTC, is moving in a direction that is affecting or supporting the substantive decisions of other jurisdictions, and that's somewhat novel in arguably in a negative way. Obviously, the U.S. has had an impact on the development of practices in other jurisdictions for a long time, but now there's some question about whether the agencies are sort of harming, I'll call it harming U.S. interests through maybe their movement away from some principles that had perhaps thought been established over the past 30 years or so. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tad, and we'll go from there.
Thanks very much, Bilal. I'll try to limit my remarks to kind of a few major themes, and I'm sure we can develop some other specific issues in the discussion to follow. Let me approach the subject in the following somewhat elliptical way. You're all probably aware that in 2011, a number of Nobel Prizes were awarded to some physicists who had discovered that, contrary to previous belief, the expansion of the universe is not gradually slowing down, but due to a wondrous new discovery of something called dark energy, things are actually expanding throughout the universe at a greater and greater rate. This was not a discovery to those of us who practice antitrust law. We had experienced the burgeoning growth of antitrust enforcement doctrines, a substantive doctrine, and procedural methods, even when the United States was basically a one-man band in the antitrust field. The year I entered law school, 1972, the courts had declared all vertical restraints were per se illegal. Horizontal mergers were essentially per se illegal, although not in name. Most patent licensing restrictions had been deemed to be per se illegal. And in that particular year, 1972, in U.S. v. Topco, restraints associated with joint ventures were declared to be per se illegal. So that was about the time when antitrust had reached its kind of maximum point of expansion, and these very aggressive doctrines were being enforced through increasingly potent methods of enforcement. Sherman Act misdemeanors became felonies, the maximum fines increased, terms of imprisonment went from 1 year to 3 years and now to 10 years. Class action procedures became much more widely available under the federal rules. So it was an expanding universe. Now, a similar phenomenon has taken place and, in fact, dominates any discussion of international antitrust. As I said, the United States back in the 70s was really a one-man band. There were some countries that had laws on the books, And from time to time, they would even have a proceeding under those laws, but the enforcement was very desultory and pretty much inconsequential. Then the European Commission enters the game. You have European enlargement, and the European institutions form the Union and very aggressively pursue the single market policy. All of the EU member states get antitrust enforcement. And between 1985 and 2000, about 100 jurisdictions around the world who had had no serious antitrust enforcement beforehand all of a sudden had generally applicable antitrust laws that were being seriously enforced, which has led to order of magnitude increases in the cost, burden, and complexity of antitrust compliance, and particularly for global businesses, and most businesses are becoming global. So so what is the issue facing a U.S. administration and their antitrust enforcement agencies in such a world? There are really two ways, I think, of looking at this. The first way is to kind of take the international antitrust environment at face value and on its own terms. And we have a whole series of mechanisms that are intended to be burden reducing, to limit the disharmonies and the conflicts in antitrust enforcement. And these include bilateral relationships between antitrust agencies, US, EU, Canada, EU, US, China, what have you. They include a lot of very important multilateral relationships. The obvious examples being the OECD and the International Competition Network. There are other regional organizations, ASEAN, in other parts of the world, COMESA in Africa. And I think that if you evaluated the current administration's ability to maneuver within and to cope with those organizations, I think they've done a pretty creditable job. It's pretty much in line with efforts of previous administrations. Now there are bright spots and dark spots. In the Clinton administration, when Joel Klein was Assistant Attorney General, I believe it was at that time that the ICEPAC, this great study commission, was formed, wrote a terrific and very influential report. That surely was a high spot. I'm not sure that the administration has really achieved anything in the nature of a landmark in that regard. But they've done a pretty good job of managing relationships. All credit to my good colleague Randy Treitel, who leads a very effective international division over at the FTC that stays on top of issues and relationships, and I think rightly deserves a tremendous amount of credit for plugging leaks pretty quickly, keeping the ship sailing along pretty effectively. But now there's a totally separate way of looking at this. Way back, and that is a way that does not accept the international enforcement community on its own terms. There's a way of looking at this that, as I said, there's been an order of magnitude increase. The dark energy has expanded the antitrust universe. You not only have to get Hart-Scott approval for your big deal, you have to get approval in China and Russia and the EU and South Africa and Brazil and sometimes a lot of off-Broadway jurisdictions too, like how about the Isle of Jersey or places that were not necessarily high on the antitrust speaking circuit, at least until recently. So if you view the matter in that realm, very little has been done to kind of bend the curve down. We talk about bending, if there's inflation, well, we can't have inflation forever. We've got to bend the curve down. We can't have debt growing forever. We've got to bend that curve down. We can't have antitrust growing forever. We've got to bend the curve down. But so far, there's very little that has been done that has any hope of doing that. There's a whole series of reasons for that. Just to name a few, the dialogue occurs pretty much among the antitrust enforcement agencies, and it's very difficult for one antitrust enforcement agency to say to the other, hey, we think you've got way too much power, we think you go way overboard a lot, we think you've got to cut back in the interest of reducing the burdens, we want you to reduce your enforcement or make it more business friendly or less costly or faster or whatever. That's not a message that one agency likes to or can deliver effectively to another agency. So the interagency process works tolerably well, but the fact that it does won't bend the curve back down. This is a problem that will face every administration, but I don't get any sense that, and certainly the rhetoric coming out of the U.S. agencies in recent years doesn't really address this more profound issue. It's as Herb Stein might have said, it's an unsustainable trend that won't be sustained. And we need to make it unsustained as soon as we possibly can. And there's sort of a dearth of imaginative ideas on how to do that. The other point I'll make is this, and this kind of echoes some of the comments that were made more in the domestic context earlier in the program, and that is with the world filled with so many eclectic antitrust laws and diverse and unfamiliar legal systems applied to the enforcement of those laws, it is really essential that the United States, if it can, maintain its role as sort of the beacon for the empirically based, economically rational, pro-productivity, pro-innovation view of antitrust. Antitrust in all its aspects should have the responsibility to make the pie bigger. World economic output should be bigger. And that implies a very disciplined approach to antitrust. But I was alarmed, there have been a number of references to the early speeches of Christine Varney. And I go back to the speech in which she withdrew the unilateral conduct report in what I thought was a very unnecessarily theatrical way, and that's been commented on by others. She also had this very curious phrase in that speech saying that the administration, looking forward, intended, she acknowledged that there had been a lot of valuable input from the discipline of economics in antitrust law, but she stated that as if it were not intended to be entirely complementary, and she said, in this administration, we will rebalance law and economics. And I recalled Bill Baxter's famous phrase in his first interview with Fortune magazine after he had been appointed Ronald Reagan's first Assistant Attorney General. And he said, if it doesn't make economic sense, it doesn't happen. And Bill Baxter, I don't think, ever wavered from that principle. And when I heard a newly appointed Assistant Attorney General drawing the picture for her tenure as Assistant Attorney General say, I intend to rebalance law and economics, it made me wonder if there was a case that might be brought that didn't make economic sense, or perhaps was not selected or prosecuted primarily because it made economic sense. And I think that the statements and the conduct of the Obama administration antitrust agencies have, in some sense, backed off slightly from the Bill Baxter formulation. Slightly, or perhaps more than slightly in some instances. And to me, that is very dangerous in this diverse and uncontrollable antitrust world we're in now. Because if the United States, which has by far the longest and strongest antitrust enforcement record, won't stand up for the principle that antitrust is about making the pie bigger, I don't know of any other jurisdiction that will. And has been said in various forms on the other panels, any slack in the adherence to economic principle from the U.S. agencies will immediately be taken up by foreign agencies as a justification for their own departures from sound economics-based antitrust enforcement. Thank you.
So I'm going to turn it over to Jim in just a minute, but I wanted to maybe put a question out there. Can answer it now. Everyone can think about it in their remarks. And maybe it's a bit heretical to say here, but you know, at some point, there are significant administrative costs with getting it right. And what we see in particularly global merger transactions, we see a tremendous amount of time spent working through the process where there may be different standards across the reviewing agency. And while I think it is optimal policy to get things right, it does take a long time. And I wonder if we're at the stage where, in contrast, Tad, to what you recommend, whether our clients would be happy with a simple rule, consistent rules, even if not optimal. I realize this raises the risk of what happened in U.S. antitrust law, which was turning everything into a per se violation. But I think we all have clients who say, I just want to get this done. Why am I spending months talking about different theories with different agencies? One of the difficulty, you know, in considering whether we can make the pie larger, there's a time dimension to that. And many of our clients feel that the delay has a much more significant effect than the actual decision. So it's a bit of a contrast to your comment. You don't have to answer now, but I think it may be worth considering in everyone's remark.
I have an answer, but let's hear from others.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Alden for giving me the second best introduction I've ever had, the Jim Rill again. Second only to Ed Rockefeller, one time introducing me shortly after I left office as the former Jim Rill. I wanted you to know that's exaggerated. I'm still here. No, I have some other comments to make, but I do want to respond very quickly, at least initially, to Belisle's trenchant observation. And that is, there have been numerous efforts over the years to try and harmonize antitrust across boundaries. And generally, it's been felt that that's not going to be anytime soon attainable, and maybe in some sense not even necessarily desirable. I'm thinking of a project that was undertaken in the mid-1990s by the Max Planck Institute, which went a cropper. The WTO had a go at it that never really got off the ground. How would we be if we had harmonized antitrust in the United States and across boundaries? As the global rule of antitrust would be U.S. 1968. We would have the Vons case, the Pabst-Platz case, the Schwinn case, and all those wonderful, wonderful jurisdictional aberrations of the United States, which fortunately have gone the way of the rock, or the dodo. is it not better to do it gradually over time? Some harmonization occurred with the EU and mergers because of the, actually because of the court decisions in the Tours case and others. Isn't that the better way to do it than rather to try and establish a guideline for global antitrust that would cross all geographic boundaries? So let me turn to where an area that can be subject to some kind of convergence, if not harmonization, and that's due process. And let me open by referring to another speech early on by Christine Varney, in which she suggested that there should be some norms of procedural process, procedural activities that could be across boundaries, including improvements in the United States and elsewhere. That speech led to a series of actions by the OECD. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development has a competition committee which consists of the heads of agencies of all of the OECD members. Assistant Attorney General Varney put this issue of procedural convergence and due process, procedural fairness, she called it, on the table at the OECD, which resulted in 3 different roundtables and a rather large OECD report, which was more of a stock taking than anything else, but certainly I think advanced the ball to at least bring more attention, focus more light on the need for procedural fairness. Fast forward or not so fast forward to the International Competition Network, and I'm giving something of a report card here because I think these areas an area where there's been considerable progress and considerable good work being done by the antitrust agencies. The ICN Working Group on Agency Efficiency, Agency Effectiveness set up a project of investigatory process. That project is headed by Randy Treitel for the Federal Trade Commission and the Director General for Competition in Europe. In the course of that effort, there have been several stock-taking surveys that have been conducted, a couple of NGA surveys, non-governmental advisor surveys that were conducted, a report on confidentiality, an overall stock-taking report on due process. More and more bringing the attention of the global competition fraternity, if you will, to the need to have common standards or approach common standards of transparency, of engagement, of procedural fairness in reaching decisions, and on issues of confidentiality. And these issues have been mooted at various annual meetings of the ICN. And currently, there's a project. The project is going forward with a guidance document that's in process that deals with these issues in some detail. And I think that certainly the FTC, if we're giving grades, gets very high marks for advancing the ball in this particular area of process and getting, I think, hopefully getting sign-on, at least to the concept, by the 100 or so other member nations of the International Competition Network. So that's an area where I think the agencies have made, particularly now the FTC, have made real progress. I think another area where there's been real progress is in interface with foreign agencies. There are regular bilateral meetings with the agencies, many of whom we have agreements with. During the Obama administration, agreements were signed with Russia, China, and India for antitrust cooperation, also with Chile and Colombia. There's been a significant reported interface between the agencies and their Chinese counterparts, the 3 antitrust agencies that do business in China, that focus on the question of the extent to which the Chinese agencies, and as I say, there's an agreement with China, the Chinese agencies have accorded due process rights to particularly foreign firms that are challenged in China for various practices. How far that's gone, how effective that's been, remains to be seen. It's very much work in progress. One of the concerns that's been raised is who calls the shots in China. And if the antitrust agencies in China are not calling the shots as to process, but that it comes out of some higher Chinese authority, or the antitrust agencies in the United States really able to accomplish the desired ends in dealing with the MOFCOM and RDC, say. And some have suggested, notably the Chamber of Commerce, that the representation of the United States should be expanded in this area to include not only the antitrust agencies, but other agencies such as the Special Trade Representative and other agencies of the government. I have two minds in that. I think there is a concern that the antitrust agencies in China may not be calling all the shots, that there may be some intervention of higher authority. On the other hand, to if you will, I use the word not necessarily advisory, adulterate the negotiating or discussion process with the non-governmental agencies on a regular basis, are you losing the opportunity for incremental progress that might be made agency to agency over time, if you will, initially at the margins in establishing due process rights? And I don't pretend to have the answer to that question, but only to suggest to you that the answer to that question is not terribly simple, and is quite difficult. Rumor has it even that the President of the United States, in conversations with President Xi in China, raised antitrust due process in a conversation. My goodness, here's the President of the United States talking about rights to confidentiality and engagement with the head of the Chinese government. How far that goes and where that leads, I don't pretend to know. I'd also say that the agencies have done a good job in case collaboration. I think we've come a long way from GE Honeywell. And I think, quite frankly, the Justice Department reaction to GE Honeywell and an earlier reaction to Boeing McDonnell Douglas got the attention, for better or worse, but got the attention of the enforcement authorities in Europe that put some of the U.S. concerns on the table and increased the level of cooperation. Just during the Obama administration, we've had cooperation between the agencies in United Technologies, Goodrich, Deutsche Börse and New York Stock Exchange, Euronet, Louisiana Pacific, and Ainsworth Lumber, all of which were publicly announced results dependent in part on the cooperation between the United States agencies involved and the European agency. An earlier case of collaboration, I remember when that Arkansas antitrust law professor who happened to be President of the United States called over to Van Meert about Boeing McDonnell Douglas, but that's sort of a different level of cooperation. So I think the agencies are doing what they can in that area. There is another area that gives me considerable concern, and that's one that was touched on this morning by Commissioner Olhausen, and that's sort of the unintended consequence of actions over here having a ramification on what goes on overseas, particularly in the newer, more newly established agencies that perhaps disingenuously sometimes look to U.S. and perhaps even more to European law to justify some of the actions that they're taking. I can think one of the more outstanding examples is in the case that Coca-Cola was blocked in China on a particular transaction and a rather questionable legal and economic theory, and the Chinese representative said, well, all we're doing is following the law that you set up in the P&G Clorox case. My God, here's a conglomerate merger case that occurred in the 1960s in an opinion by Phil Ellman at the FTC the Chinese are using as an excuse for an abominable blockage of a merger. But that happens, and that continues to happen, and I think the agencies need, and I think Commissioner Olhausen and I think earlier Commissioner Wright have both said the same thing, that we need to look and see what is the consequence of some positions that are being taken in non-litigated matters by the agencies that add, if you will, a tail to the dog of a merger consent decree that limits the right of, the right of a patentee to seek injunctive relief. That consent decree, under U.S. law, that's not law, it's not precedent. It's not a legal decision, but that's not the way it's going to be viewed by somebody who wants to misuse it and abuse it overseas. So there's a very grave danger of that kind of consequence, unintended, flowing from a U.S. action in a case settlement that is basically a non-litigated case. It doesn't have legal precedent value in the United States. There's a current danger emerging right now in a request for a business review letter at the Department of Justice involving standard essential patent rights, in which a trade association or a standards organization is undertaking to, this is all in the public press, undertaking to establish standards for reasonable royalties and to limit injunctive relief. Depending on how that, and it's still under consideration, depending on how that comes out, that's going to be something that's watched very closely overseas, where the whole issue of patent rights, including standard essential patents, is at ground zero of the antitrust interest in a number of jurisdictions. And I confess, as Mark Gidley said this morning, I confess that I believe in patents and patent rights, and I think there's a real concern with this kind of overlap. But all in all, I think from the standpoint of the work that the agencies have done with the OECD, currently doing with the ICN, case collaboration, bilaterals, the work being done by the agencies, if we're giving them a report card, deserves very, very high marks. That's it.
No, that's good. I'll ask sort of a similar question, maybe in some sense unrealistic. This overhang of bad antitrust law that still exists, particularly in the merger area. Is there a way for the agencies to sort of address that outside of a case agenda in a way that gets more respect, maybe more publicity than the work that Randy's shop and others do in moving for substantive convergence?
During I'll just quickly throw it out, but I mean, during our term, if you will, we did put out the 1992 merger guidelines. Frankly, the first guidelines were ever jointly issued by the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission, unlike the Baxter guidelines where the Commission did not sign on. Canada, the government of Canada, asked for one of our deputies to come up and talk about those merger guidelines and to assist perhaps the government of Canada in their thinking, not blueprinting, but thinking about the development of merger guidelines, which I think had an effect, at least, on the way the Canadian horizontal merger approach worked. The same, I think, was true, less directly perhaps, but with the discussion back and forth on those guidelines, you're saying beyond casework, but those guidelines with the European Commission, somewhat stimulated by the Air Tours decision and so forth. But nonetheless, in answer to your question, yes, there are things that can be done beyond casework. And among those other things, not just through guidance, but also through the bilaterals that take place with a number of jurisdictions every year, including with Japan, China, Europe, others. Randy knows them all, I don't know them all, but bilaterals that take place that discuss not only process but substance in development.
I think there's another solution, which is the right to be forgotten. I think the agencies should apply to Google to have some of their old case law forgotten, removed from the internet, and that would help tremendously. There will be only left in the books that nobody's reading anymore. That would be quite efficient, I think.
I sometimes, when I teach antitrust, I start in 1975, so that I don't confuse either myself or the students. And so I think that's a very good idea.
I was not there when the Clayton Act was enacted, so.
Well, okay, so let me ask this. Ted, you wanted to respond to my sort of initial question, maybe before we forget it.
Yeah, well, just very quickly, you could simplify the antitrust rules by saying, for example, mergers are illegal on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and legal on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. how hard is it to come up with a more refined rule? If your intention is to do the right thing, it's actually not that hard. And in many respects, to say that the purpose of our merger policy is to prevent the accretion of market power and to maximize the opportunity for growth, productivity, and innovation, that gives you a very powerful unifying principle with which to analyze. And very often you discover in these situations that if you try to adopt a simpler rule, you simply confuse things because the right approach, nobody has an intellectual approach that will consistently pursue the objective you want. And you even, in some cases, and the per se rule against vertical restraints is perhaps a classic example, where the courts actually responded with a kind of civil disobedience. They thought up ways to say, well, it's not really a vertical restraint, or to use Colgate and say, well, it's okay, it's vertical, but it's not really an agreement, it's a unilateral policy. So the easiest and long run, by far the most efficient way to implement a policy of maximizing economic output is to say, we interpret our law to maximize economic output. And everything, to the extent it can be figured out, follows from that.
I'll turn it over to Damien and ask, do we see that developing over time?
Right, so thank you very much, and thank you very much to Alden for inviting me to this very interesting event. So as a Brussels-based lawyer, my comments will focus on what's going on in the European Union, which from the US standpoint qualifies as international, and contrasting maybe some of the things going on in the EU with what's been happening in the US in recent years. But first of all, I'd like to pick up on what Tad said about the expansion of the antitrust universe. I think that increasingly one of the roles of antitrust is to create pain. Pain for your competitors. If you cannot beat them, then complain about them. And of course, it started with Microsoft, it continued with Intel, now it's the turn of Google. Before the focus was on the United States, you would go and talk to the DOJ or the FTC, then the EU became a popular venue, it switched to Korea, Brazil, and now it's China. So demand has largely been created by global corporations, and now things are arguably out of control. The genius is out of the bottle, and it will be hard to put it back. Now, this concern was already expressed exactly 30 years ago in a paper by Baumel and Ordover called Use of Antitrust to Subvert Competition. I think that it might be useful for many of us to read that paper. I think there's an earlier paper on that subject, but I couldn't find the titles. So I think that, when we criticize the Chinese or the Koreans for making things complicated and arguably come up with standards that are not exactly our standards, I think that many of us bear a part of the responsibility because I think that efforts have been made to spread some bad practices to other jurisdictions when it helped clients. Now, that being said, let's speak a bit about the European Union. So I think that when you look at the European Union, you have to realize that the setting, the institutional setting, is very different. First of all, the head of DG Comp is a political appointee, but not as, but in a different way as in the United States, because obviously, if you're heading the DOJ, you will be appointed by typically the president, often a new president. In Europe, the commissioner is a political appointee, but not sort of appointed by a sort of European government. It's simply a political appointee because it's usually a politician in one of the member states that is given the job. The rest of the leadership is made of career civil servants. So the sort of shift that you see sometimes in the United States, like in the 1980s, for example, or with the Reagan administration, is something you don't really see in the European Union. Things tend to be more stable. Now, I think that there's also much less private litigation in the European Union. As you know, although things are changing, I think that private litigation is now a reality in a number of member states, in particular the UK, in Germany, and I think we'll see more of it in the future. I think one of the questions is whether it will have an impact on substantive law. One of the reasons why Article 102 is interpreted more liberally by EU courts than Section 2 in the US is because in the US, I understand the courts are concerned about private litigation, and so if you interpret Section 2 too broadly, it might actually trigger all sorts of complaints that might not be desirable. Of course, in the European Union, because antitrust is enforced by agencies rather than private litigants, I think the agencies have the impression they can keep things under control. Now, with the development of private litigation, things may change, although I believe that private litigation will essentially focus on damages cases for cartels rather than abuse of a dominant position. Now, one thing also that is very striking in the EU case is that most of the action is taking place at the member state level. This is something that I could not emphasize enough. I think the focus has shifted in many ways from Brussels to the capitals. The French, the German, the UK competition authority are very active. They've got a greater output than the European Commission. And so I think that when you look at the EU, you have to look also at what's happening in the member states because this is where a lot of the action is taking place. Now, one of the questions that is often raised in these sort of debates is the degree of convergence between the US and Europe on substantive issues. And I think that there's a great degree of convergence when it comes to the fight against cartels and merger control. I think the same tools and standards are used. By contrast, there is a growing degree of divergence with respect to Article 102 and Section 2. The way unilateral conduct cases are dealt with in the US and the European Union could not be more different, whereas economic analysis is a very significant part, or plays a very significant part in the analysis of unilateral conduct in the United States. Unfortunately, in Europe, the standards that are used by the EU courts are still very formalistic. And I think that for those of you who would like to have an insight into the thinking of the European courts, please have a look at Intel. And in the Intel judgment of the General Court, in particular, the first 100 paragraphs, that will give you a flavor of what these guys are thinking about. In that respect, I thought that the withdrawal by the Obama administration of the Section 2 report was a major mistake. I think it was an excellent report, very useful. I think it could have been the gold standard for many jurisdictions. And I regret that this report was actually shelved because I think it was very right in many ways. The EU is a very sort of attractive venue for firms wishing to complain against their dominant competitors. So obviously Microsoft, Qualcomm, Intel, Google, Motorola experienced EU competition law. One of the things that I did some reading about, the Obama administration and antitrust, and when Obama was appointed, I think one of the areas in which I think Chris Varney said that they might be a bit more eager is Section 2, unilateral conduct. That being said, there have been few cases. In the European Union, there have been many cases, but all of them, except a couple, have been dealt with through so-called Article 9 commitments. So we don't see many decisions. Now the way to go in Europe is really to negotiate commitments with the commissioner. Almunia was really the world champion for commitment decisions. And the reason for that is that over the last 20 years, dominant firms always lost in Luxembourg, right? And I've been saying that for a few years, so maybe it's over the last 25 years, dominant firms have lost. You always lose. So when you're facing an investigation, your best bet is to try to agree on commitments, even if you believe that there's no case. Because the alternative is to receive an infringement decision with a big fine and then lose in Luxembourg. So I think that what we really need is for the European courts to pay more attention to economic analysis and to apply better standards than the sort of formalistic standards they seem to enjoy applying in unilateral conduct cases. Now, there are two areas where the European Union and the United States have been focusing on. They've been focusing on many things, but there seem to be two areas where they've taken similar steps, or at least comparable steps. The first is reverse payment patent settlements. The difference, of course, in Europe is that the regulatory framework is different. We don't have an equivalent to the Watch-Axman Act. And the second difference is that activists has been very much criticized for applying a rule of reason analysis to reverse patent settlement. We've done worse in the European Union because these sort of settlements have been analyzed by the Commission in the Lundbeck case as under a quasi per se standard. In other words, what we call the restriction by object, where you don't have to demonstrate the effects. So from that standpoint, again, I think the European Union is more aggressive in its enforcement than the United States. Standard essential patents, of course, where it seems that on both sides of the Atlantic, the focus has been on making it harder for SEP holders to seek injunctions. In the US, of course, you have the Google consent decree. In the European Union, the Commission adopted two decisions, once against Motorola for using injunctions in order to enforce its SEPs, and the other one is a commitments decision against Samsung, where Samsung committed to use a certain licensing framework going forward. There is a very important case pending before the European Court of Justice, which is Huawei versus ZTE. I'm co-counsel to Huawei in that case. It's basically a case where a German court asked the opinion of the European Court of Justice on the extent to which SEP holders could seek an injunction without breaching Article 102. The opinion of the Advocate General came out a few months ago, and I think the decision will come out in the next 2 or 3 months. I think it will be a very important decision with global implications. But again, to go back to my starting point, I think this is an area where some corporations might regret having complained to the EU and the US, because it seems to me that agencies in less welcoming countries are looking into this very carefully and might use the case law created in the US and in the European Union to hurt global corporations. Now, and I will finish with that, what lies ahead in the European Union? Well, the new commissioner, Margaret Vestager, inherited the Google cases. That's not a very nice inheritance. I'm not entirely sure what she will do with these cases. This is a matter where Commissioner Almunia, unfortunately, didn't do very well. He decided to negotiate commitments with Google rather than prosecuting the case. I don't have an opinion on whether or not Google deserves to be prosecuted, but to the extent that you investigate a firm, it seems to me better to produce a statement of objection, to have a hearing, so that all the evidence is on the table, rather than to start negotiating commitments from day one and eventually failing. So I think it's going to be a big challenge for the new commissioner to sort out these Google cases, and I say cases because there are different ones. There's one on search, but there's also one on Android. Private actions, I always thought that it would never come, but it is there now. As you know, the European Union has adopted a directive on private action for damages. It will not trigger private litigation because, as is often the case, the member states went faster than the European Union, so private action is already going on in some member states, and I think the UK is really pitching for that sort of work with a number of actions going on. I think we'll see more of it, although I tend to believe it will, at least for a while, still be limited to follow-on actions on cartels. Collective redress is another topic. There's no legislation. I think it's going to be very hard to adopt an EU legislation on the subject, but there's an EU recommendation designed to incentivize the member states to come up with a collective redress mechanism. Now, the goal that is clearly declared in that recommendation is to have some sort of mechanism in place, but which would be very different from class actions, because class actions are seen as a terrible thing by many in the European Union. Now, it produced a recommendation that is very shy, where the Commission recommends opt-in versus then, rather than opt-out. No treble damages, no contingency fees. So under these circumstances, I'm not entirely sure who will, try to create classes. I mean, you need to have entrepreneurial lawyers and law firms in order to have class actions going on. Now, if there's no treble damages, no contingency, and opt-in, doesn't look to me as a very appealing proposition to take big risk on these sort of cases. Now again, things are happening at the member state level, since the UK is going ahead with an opt-out system. Same for Belgium, my country, interestingly enough, although I'm not sure that we will become a sort of great venue for these sort of actions. I mean, the market is very small. Final point that I wanted to make, because it's often discussed in this sort of setting, in terms of influence, is the US still taking the lead, or is it more Europe? I believe the latter, actually. I think European law, European competition law, is more influential now than the United States law, at least in Asian jurisdiction. And I think it's for two reasons. The first one is that the US setting is quite unique. I think most jurisdictions went for the sort of agency model that you see in Europe with DG Com, but similar type of agencies at the member state level, but also because for interventionist agencies, EU law provides a much greater source of inspiration. Since, of course, if you want to intervene, the case law of the European Court of Justice is wonderful. You can prohibit almost any sort of behavior, at least when it comes to unilateral conduct, and therefore I think that there's more to be found in EU law than in US law, unfortunately, if you want to step in. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
So I think I have a few questions, but I wanted to do two things. First, ask the members of the panel if they wanted to direct some questions to each other, particularly to Damien, since he's just finished speaking. And then, of course, we want to open it up to questions from the audience. So with that, maybe I'll ask if folks have questions on the panel for Damien, and then turn it over to folks in the audience.
Let me raise a point through a question to Damien, which is, I think that the efforts described by Jim with regard to so-called due process or procedural fairness. These are all very important questions, and the efforts he describes in the various international organizations and with encouragement from the U.S. agencies, that's all very important. I think there is a perception, which I personally would regard as having more than a grain of truth to it, that the EC is very resistant to these so-called procedural criticisms. Now, before I let you answer, I want to hasten to add that I think the Chinese agencies are extremely resistant to similar criticisms. And we've heard it said that even the idea of equalizing the procedures and standards applied to the FTC and the DOJ, there's a little resistance even to that. So there's kind of an endemic resistance by an agency to, to deflect and defend its current procedures. What is your perception about the EC? Do you think their procedures are fine and dandy? If not, do you see receptivity to reform? And do you think that the best way to reform is through these exercises in the international agency organizations that Jim has referred to?
Right. I think it's a key issue. And I understand your concern about due process because I largely share them. Now, I think that if DG Comp had to be created today, it would probably have a different shape. It's an institution which can prosecute a company, so they investigate, they decide, and they can impose a penalty. And then, of course, you can appeal at the general court, but at least for certain areas of the law, it's unlikely that you will win. So that means that you're largely at the mercy of civil servants in DG Comp. Now, one of the trends, I believe, that resulted in that or sort of appeared under the leadership of Commissioner Almunia was sort of a consensual approach to antitrust. You're investigated, okay, why don't we sit and come up with commitments, right? So I think we should go for the opposite. I think competition law should be more adversarial. And I think that there's opportunities to do that, and what I've strongly believed for a number of years now is that the hearing is a missed opportunity when you have a case at DG Competition. So just to give you a flavor of how things operate is that you're investigated either because the Commission decided to start an investigation on its own motion, or more often than not, because there has been a complaint, and then you will be notified, you will receive a copy of the complaint, you will reply, then there will be meetings, exchange of materials, and then you receive a statement of objection, and then you reply to the statement of objection. Up until then, you've only dealt with the case team, which is a small group of people. And then you have a hearing, which is not public, and where you will talk to the case team, basically. Again, the commissioner or the commissioners, the decision makers, are not present in the room, which is, I think, slightly odd. And there's no, you cannot bring a witness, you cannot question the commission, you can actually basically make an oral presentation. There are a few Q&As, but so I think it's a missed opportunity. I think the hearing should play a much more important role, should come much earlier in the proceeding. Evidence would be brought under the table, brought on the table with the hearing officer being a sort of administrative law judge, and then either the case would move on or it would be stopped. Now, the problem you're facing is that, you're facing the case team These people, of course, after a certain amount of time, will have a certain view on the case, which is not favorable to you, and you will continue dealing with them until the very last moment where the commissioner will take a decision. But most of the time, the commissioner has not been involved. You've not met with the person. He was not present at the hearing, and that gives a bad impression. So I think that I'm not sure that what's going on at the international level will play a big role. I think we need a commissioner who will realize that although this is a process that is good for DG competition because it gives the institution a lot of power, it would be beneficial for antitrust, beneficial for everyone to have a more adversarial procedure.
I mean, what you're saying goes to the heart of the institutional structure of the Commission.
Of course. And this is why it's hard.
And you're quite right. I think the Commission is very insecure, very frightened that any kind of move in the due process direction that's serious is going to attack that institutional structure, which I think inhibits progress, if you will, at the margins on more attainable due process rules of engagement and transparency and so forth. To reach out for the structural change, and I know this debate, I know that the ICC has suggested it, I know that some very prominent practitioners in Europe, yourself included, have suggested it. It's going to take a long time for the Commission to buy off on that structural change, I suspect.
Yes, I entirely agree.
Is that going to inhibit more progressive
Sure.
advances in the due process area that stop short of that institutional reorganization of the Commission?
I entirely agree. I think it's a long-term objective, but, Doc mentioned what happened after the, significant losses by the Commission at the General Court in merger cases, where then Commissioner Monti, I think it was Monti at the time, decided, for example, to set up a chief economist team, and then you had a sort of internal review process. The hearing officer was created, and I think that when the office of the hearing officer was set up, I think the first one must have been John Temple Lang. I think he was quite ambitious about what he wanted to do, but I don't think that the Commission has exploited the full potential of the hearing officer and of hearings. But I entirely agree with you. It's a long-term objective, but I would not rule it out.
But let's also concentrate on reassuring the Commission that it can make less seismic changes in due process without immediately risking the instant dissolution of their institutional structure.
Sure. Well, I think that smaller things could be achieved.
They're not so small, actually.
What would you suggest?
I would suggest a more open attitude on the part of the Commission towards such things as engagement, as such things as letting the parties know where the where the case really is, what's the underlying evidence, a more restrictive, less generous rule towards confidentiality assertions. All of these are attainable without restructuring the entire Commission. Now, there are restructuring issues that can be made. I think I agree with that. I've participated in 3 hearings before the Commission, and you're right. They're not particularly real. Decision maker is not there. The hearing officer has only procedural authority. There's some improvements that can be made there, but you're not going to have 28 commissioners sitting in on those hearings.
No, I entirely agree.
Anytime soon.
And this is a question that I raised with some Commission officials, whether, the commissioner should be there. I mean, the commissioner will not be there for 2 days, let's face it. I mean, he's a busy person.
I would say nothing of his colleagues.
But what I would think would be a small step, it wouldn't require any changes, any change of the rules, would be to allow the parties to have 2 hours of the commissioner's time. So the commissioner would be there for the sort of grand summary of the case of the parties. And I think that would be very helpful.
It could work.
I think it would work. A second institution in which I strongly believe, although I'm not entirely certain that it still operates as it did, is to have a peer review process. But then you need to find individuals that are strongly independent within the institution and that will not be shy to kill a case if they believe the case is not right.
That was attempted, wasn't it?
No, and I understand that it's still functioning, but my impression is that this is a a mechanism that has lost steam, and that is very unfortunate. So I think that a sort of commissioner who would understand the benefits for everyone of having a more open process or even adversarial process could do a lot of good without necessarily changing the system. I think that what is in place could be slightly modified, and that would provide benefits. Like, for example, turning the hearing into a more serious, between quotation mark, event would be very beneficial. And that can be done, I believe. Now, whether it will be done is a different story.
Okay, well, let me ask if there are any questions.
Randy.
We'll start with Randy.
Thanks, thanks all for a really stimulating, informative panel. Thank you, Randy Tritel from the FTC. Just to reiterate my thanks for a terrific panel. And I want to direct my question to the opening paradigm that Tad put out there about the Big Bang Theory, and to invite Tad or others to refine that further. The analogy was to things like too much debt, too much inflation, things that sound pretty bad. So I would first ask if too much competition law is a problem, and just to reflect that most of the adoption of the 100 competition laws in the last couple of decades have accompanied transitions to market economies, generally a good thing, and competition law perhaps a good organizing principle for a market economy. So what is the bad thing? Hang on, and then if we accept if we accept for the sake of argument for a moment that there's a need to, quote, bend the curve back, what are we talking about here? I mean, I think, as Jim mentioned, there have been hard law proposals, WTO and others, that haven't moved, and probably, and I agree with Jim, probably should not. So what are we talking about in terms of bending back the curve? Taking players out of the game, leave it to the big boys, or some sort of comity or deference? Or is what we're really talking about using our best efforts to use soft law principles to persuade our colleagues to implement competition law in a sound way, directed at all the good things that you outlined about promoting economic growth? And if that's the case, how should we be doing it better?
Okay, when I retire,
In 5 minutes.
I plan to write a 2-volume work answering that question, but let me try to do it in 2 minutes. First of all, it's not just a Big Bang Theory. We always knew it was expanding. What we didn't realize is it was accelerating. So what I've got is what we call the cold dark matter lambda theory, where you get the cosmic expansion that's accelerating. Okay. And it's really the acceleration that creates the need to bend the curve backwards. Now, let me also say that the expansion of antitrust has not been an unadulterated evil. There are, the anti-cartel component of antitrust is good. Even to get other jurisdictions to adopt the lingo, that free market competition is a good thing, that's progress. I mean, even if they maybe abuse the instrumentalities used to achieve that and, and go off track very frequently, that's good too. So it's not, I don't want to be seen as saying it's an unadulterated evil, but here are the problems. The inclusion of all these eclectic non-economic goals, which are in tension with or inconsistent and at least make antitrust enforcement incoherent, and the whole panoply as well or better than anybody else in this room, the tendency to to get your learner's permit of learning that cartels are bad, and immediately wanting to hop into the F-12 Berlinetta Ferrari and get on the track and chase Google. Many agencies are, that should be years in their future. And that extends to a lot of this ferment on intellectual property and patents and the use of antitrust law to address those issues. That applies to vertical, that applies to licensing, that applies to mergers. There is so much antitrust taking place in new and newish jurisdictions that is just, you know, incoherent or wrong-headed, and in any event is imposing incredible costs and burdens. Now what to do? Let me restrict myself to 2 points. Number one, the most important thing, I think, is to strive for cohesion in the message that antitrust is about making economic output grow. And the second, the companion point to that is intervene for that purpose only where you have a clear justification that can be articulated and a remedy that can be efficiently enforced. I think if the United States or any other agency went around the world doing nothing but saying that for the next 5 years, that might be an enormous improvement in the situation.
I'm a little more go ahead.
And the second thing I want to say, and this will be the end of the response, the second thing I want to say is that, you know, in talking about these incremental due process efforts, I think there's really something of a schizophrenia there. I mean, you know, think about what we're doing. We're saying, on the one hand, if we were really true to the Madisonian view of how to organize a government, which is to organize for every authority you award, find an independent check to balance the exercise of that authority so that we don't have arbitrary and uncontrolled decisions, you know, the violence of the oppressor and all that, which is actually an old French guy who said that. And the Montesquieu. And and so it's well and good to have the incremental steps taken, but you're not going to fly over the mountain with these incremental steps. You at some point you have to say, we have to have an adequate mechanism for checking the dark energy, the eternal expansion. How are we going to bend that curve backwards? The incremental steps are well and good, but we'll be waiting 2 centuries, I think. It's what I refer to casually as you've heard of Ducks Unlimited. I refer to the incremental approach as the hors d'oeuvres unlimited approach. You're going to have meetings and conferences and lots of free shrimp from here to forever. I'm not against free shrimp. I'm not against meetings and conferences. But to bend the curve backwards, to resist the dark energy, and to discipline this incredible international complex of agencies and institutions and enforcement mechanisms, you do need an overarching and powerful institutional check on what's been going on, and that's what's been missing in the last 30 years.
Domestic check or something?
But no. It's an my point in starting about the state of U.S. antitrust in 1972, and look what happened. It's I think it's a cautionary point. How was that reformed? How was that put right? It was put right not because the Antitrust Division and the Federal Trade Commission looked at each other and said, we're doing senseless, terrible things that are injuring the economy. That they didn't do that. It was this community first of very adept scholars, Aaron Director and Robert Bork, and you know the rest of the list. And it was the whole movement that led to the election of Ronald Reagan. That's how that changed. And it was, as Bill described earlier, it was changed very consciously and deliberately and productively, as it turned out.
Yep.
So there's no internal mechanism, there's no mechanism internal to the antitrust community that will give you that check. We have to find it elsewhere.
I'd like to say that I think procedural reform is not like pigs in a blanket. It's probably more than that. But I'm even more optimistic, I think, than Tad as to the extent to which there can become agreement. And I look to what the U.S. EU experience has been, not only to economic growth, but I think also you have now a convergence there with respect to underlying principles. An effects test is one underlying principle, I think, that's been adopted in the EU, and there's an ascension to consumer welfare. If those points can be made as part of this overarching principle, I'm not disagreeing with you, those can be added to your growth component as an element of just an underlying principle for antitrust. We can get away from what's been and has been, and we're all familiar with it, the abuse of antitrust to produce non-competition results, as we've seen in a variety of jurisdictions and used to see in the United States.
I think just maybe a few words. I think to answer your question, I think there is too much competition. Not too much competition, too much antitrust, too much competition law. I think it's a field that has been expanding too much, I tend to believe, and which may become, in certain circumstances, an impediment to competition because there are too many barriers, too many rules, too many restrictions, rather than helping the promotion of competition. Now, what shall we do? I think we need to be a bit patient. It took about 70 years to the United States to make sense of antitrust rules. As you said, you're starting in 75, so 85 years after the Sherman Act. I think it took to the European Union at least, when it comes to Article 101 and merger control, about 40 years to start making sense of these rules. So I don't think we can expect the Chinese and the Brazilians and the Koreans to pick that up immediately. So what does it mean? Well, I think that two things need to be emphasized, or maybe three things. I think the first thing is to emphasize the role of economics. This is, you cannot lose by doing that. I think, agencies should apply clear economic reasoning rather than sort of rely on dubious theories with dubious objectives and so on and so forth. That's number one. Number two, due process. It's very important. I mean, if you, like in some jurisdictions, you cannot even meet the officials. You don't know who they are. You don't know what they have after you. Well, in that case, it's very, very difficult to operate. So I think we should emphasize due process. Of course, due process will mean different things to different people. But a movement towards more transparency and due process is a winner. It's like more economic analysis. It's a winner, right? And then I think the third thing is probably to advise newer jurisdictions to focus on what's important to them without being patronizing. But like cartels do a lot of damage, especially and probably more so in developing countries. I think to have some sort of merger control rule is important, if only to avoid, too much consolidation, and so on and so forth. But I think they should focus, as many of them do, on what's really important to their economy, which is to prevent collusion and concentration. Then, get into, IP licensing and margin squeeze and rebates when you're a bit more experienced. But due process and economics, that's, for me, critical. And it's still a work in progress in some jurisdictions, including mine.
So let me ask, a lot of what you said is directed at, the developing countries, the countries sort of newly thinking about how to incorporate antitrust and competition. But you were critical of the EU and sort of the European approach to dominance. Mm-hmm. And Tad had mentioned that, real change occurred in the U.S. outside of the agencies through the academic community. Is that something that can develop in Europe, or how will that position change?
And I think that, in Europe there's a clear disconnect between what scholars think and what the EU court is doing. Like, for example, a judgment like the Intel judgment is criticized by, I would say, 95% of scholars and practitioners. It's not as if people were ignorant or, had missed the law and economics boat. It's just that there is some institutional inertia for reasons that are not always entirely clear to me. But I think that what we might need is a new generation of scholars that are as influential as folks like Aaron Director and Bork and Posner and so on and so forth. Where it seems to me that in the U.S., unfortunately, although fortunately not in my law school, antitrust has become some free adverts on television were filmed. I think antitrust is a subject that is no longer the focus of much attention in law schools. And I think it's regrettable because it's fascinating and it's a big area of practice. So I think, we should have more. Of course, I'm pleading. I support antitrust scholarship because antitrust scholarship supports me. So, I'm biased, but yeah.
Well, I was going to say, let's have some more questions.
Thank you very much. I wanted to pick up on Damien's point about cartels being the most, injurious or dangerous, having the most severe effects. I think the U.S. is one of the only jurisdictions in the world in which not only seller cartels are per se illegal, but also buyer cartels are per se illegal. I'm not sure it's the same in other places, and I wonder if you can talk a little bit about that and think how this should be discussed.
Right. As far as the union is concerned, is buyer cartel. Yes, I think you can get into trouble, but the vast majority of the enforcement is on the seller side, and I think buyer cartels are harder to process than seller cartel. But certainly you can have, there's actually a much more attention paid to buyer market power now in Europe because, of course, of the power of superstores and very strong buyers in some industries. But I think it's been very much focused on buyer market power and possible implications for unilateral conduct. As far as cartels are concerned, I think, the law can tackle with that, but it's not been the main focus, I would believe.
Any other questions? I had one more question. It's really a factual question, but it might be of interest to folks who are mostly sort of U.S. based here. There's some pushback on the use of antitrust law outside the U.S. against U.S. companies. We've seen a pattern of Microsoft, Intel, and Google. And this, I ask this out of ignorance, is there a feeling in Europe, or maybe outside of Europe, that the U.S. antitrust agencies have targeted or inappropriately targeting or investigating non-U.S. Companies in this it is sort of political type?
I really don't think so. This is something that I've never heard. And I don't think the U.S. agencies are doing that. And I must say that I don't think DG Competition is doing that either. I really don't think that. It's just that many U.S. corporations complain about U.S. corporations. And this is what I started by saying, that, unfortunately, antitrust can also be an instrument to create pain. And an instrument to solve problems in other areas of the law, including IP, right? If you've got a major IP problem and the IP law doesn't solve it, then your natural inclination is to try to look at antitrust because it's a very powerful instrument that can be used to solve all sorts of problems. But I really don't believe that either in the US or in Europe, at least that's my view, foreign corporations are targeted.
I was just going to say, interestingly, with all of the rocks that were thrown at GE Honeywell, one of them was not discrimination against U.S. companies.
Sure.
It was on the merits of the decision, not on the discrimination. Unlike earlier Boeing McDonnell Douglas, where there was a claim that there was a discrimination against U.S. companies. Time sort of passed on.
And I think evidence of that is that both the US authorities and the European authorities are extremely tough with their own companies. European companies are the prime target of DG competition. Now, of course, it may be a different story in other places, but I'm not practicing law in Asia, so I just can't say.
Okay, I think we're now a little bit over, and
only about 20 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you, Bilal, for a great job moderating. And thank you again, Jim Rill, who is really, I said again because we benefited from his wisdom twice. Jim Rill, as people I'm sure know, was not only head of the Antitrust Division, not only head of the Antitrust section of the ABA, but on a bipartisan basis had a huge influence in trying to promote international antitrust convergence. Highly respected one, I think the Sherman Award offered by the Justice Department, highly respected everywhere around the world, and we were especially fortunate that he has been able to be here because he brings decades of experience and practical insights, and I just want to thank him for his kindness in appearing twice.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're running a bit late, but what have we concluded? Did we come up with a report card score for Obama administration enforcement? I think not, but I think what we did, looking quickly at what we learned today, we did come up with a conclusion that was not accurate to say that the Bush administration had not enforced the antitrust laws or had done an inadequate job. Indeed, I think we found from Professor Kovacic that the reality is on key statute section 2 of the Sherman Act, that's monopolization, there was no real seeming change in policy that we're aware of, and that, cartel activity had been prosecuted vigorously, continued to be, merger enforcement continued. In short, there were differences, but there was a great deal of continuity, and I think, certainly my view, the claim that there was no enforcement in prior administrations was specious, and I suspect that a lot of people on a bipartisan basis would agree to that. But as to how the current administration is doing, I think we heard a lot of comments that they're doing a good job on cartel enforcements. Cartel enforcement. They have, there were a few questions raised by Mark Gidley and others that there may be situations in which companies are being pressured into not litigating in the cartel area, and that some efficient joint activity, information exchanges, may be mischaracterized as cartels, but that's not something that's partisan one way or another. It's a problem. So just as the growth of enforcement in cartel areas accompanied by the need to be aware of the limitations and risks of false positives. I think we saw that in the area of intellectual property is perhaps the one area where there has been perhaps a bit of a change. Certainly the Federal Trade Commission was active in the pharmaceutical area in the last administration, continues to be so, but we saw in the area of so-called standard essential patents and perhaps patent assertion entities that there's been a greater interest by enforcement agencies, certainly FTC, but certainly speeches by the Antitrust Division. There are a couple of settlements involving standard essential patents, which were the basis of dissents, and we saw two Republican commissioners talking about their concerns, in the intellectual property area, but certainly there wasn't, I think, any discussion that there had been a major revolution there. Perhaps Mark Gidley and I think Tad Lipsky most strongly expressed the concerns that sending the right signals overseas and strong patent, the importance of strong intellectual property is important. The importance of, strong leadership, good practice, goals, strategy, long-term planning, and self-evaluation emphasized here today by Bill Kovacic in the past came to the fore. I believe that on the whole, what we learned is not necessarily plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, but this is a very complicated area. It's an area that is growing perhaps too fast, as Tad Lipsky proclaimed, but questions such as due process, institutional reform, whether there's a proper balance between the FTC and DOJ and the setting of standards. Those areas are important, but they don't go to the core of antitrust. We learned that the core of antitrust was certainly there in the last administration. It's still there. Differences at the margin, I would say. But I want to thank all of the panelists for an outstanding job. Without their, and particularly we were so fortunate to have so many top enforcers who gave us the benefit of long practical experience in the field. And thank you again, and have a good afternoon.